Hey there, HackerFrogs! It's me, the Shy Hat. Alright, so everybody, we've got an exciting stream for you today, and let's take a look, and well, we have to make sure that our audio levels are okay. Looks like my microphone is coming in okay, and let's play some music. So let's play some Mass Effect first of all. I really like the Mass Effect soundtrack. It's one of my favorite games. And let's go ahead and get that going. Oh, that's a bit loud. Okay, so the volume should be okay. Let me go ahead and check it out. Okay, that volume looks okay. Alright, so we've got three different topics that we're going to be covering today, as usual. The first topic is going to be going over some network pen testing skills. And the network pen testing skill we're going to be covering today is brute force attacks. So, otherwise known as online brute force attacks, these are ways we can log into web applications and SSH logins and other online forms. So we're going to be using this room over here on TryHackMe.com called Brute Force Heroes to do the demonstration. If you're interested in joining in with us today, you can go ahead and go to this URL right here, and that's where we're going to be working from. So that's going to be the first part of the stream. For the second part of the stream, hopefully we're going to be finishing off the HMV labs over here, and this is HMV Labs Chapter 1 Venus. So these are the Venus CTF labs, and we're currently on level number 47 out of 50. Hopefully we're able to finish off all the levels today. The last level in particular is a bit tricky, so we're going to be having fun figuring out how to solve that one. And the last thing we're going to be working on today is we're going to be working on a specific CTF box machine over at hackmyvm.eu, and this one is called the Faust machine. So if we take a look, so this machine is an easy level machine created by Ffuf, which is the creator of the last CTF box that we took a look at. That was the Superman box with the I'm Nietzsche Beachy. That was a lot of fun. So we're expecting more of the same over here, this box Faust, and that's going to be the last activity we're going to be doing on today's stream. So let's get started with the first activity then. For the first activity, we're going to be going to tryhackme.com, Brute Force Heroes. Once again, this is the URL you want to go to if you want to join in along with us. So first of all, let's go ahead and join the room. So after you've logged into TryHackMe, you want to go to this URL over here called Brute Force Heroes. If you have not already joined the room, there's going to be the green Join Room button over here. Go ahead and click on that, and then you're going to have access to all of the resources in the room. So the first thing we need to do is we need to launch the VM. So the VM uses a modified version of the DVWA machine, and DVWA is a famous security practice room where you can do all sorts of testing against a vulnerable web application. So let's go ahead and start the machine by clicking on the green Start Machine button over here. Mr. Crumbs says it's the darn vulnerable web application. Thank you very much, Mr. Crumbs, and welcome to the stream. Here you go. Let's give you a Nyan Cat for your troubles, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so after we start the machine over here, you're gonna see this timer over here. No problem, Mr. Crumbs. Okay, you're gonna see a timer over here, count down until we have access to the machine. So for the purposes of this exercise, we're going to start our attack box as well. So TryHackMe has a great attacker VM that we can use called the attack box. And we can access it by going up to the top of any of these rooms, and there's going to be a button labeled Start Attack Box underneath the title of the room. We can go ahead and click on that, and that's going to start up our other VM. So there are two VMs that we're going to be using for today's task. The Attack Box VM along with the DVWA brute force instance over here, and we're going to be using these two in tandem to learn more about how to perform brute force attacks against various services. So it's going to take a couple of minutes for the machines to finish initializing, and in the meantime, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask them in the chat. What are we going to be going over today? So we're going to be going over how to brute force log into applications. So there are a couple of different services that we're going to be taking a look at. First of all, we're going to be taking a look at a login form. We might have time for a couple of login forms to do brute force attacks against, and we're also going to be taking a look at the at brute forcing against the SSH service. So if you didn't know, the SSH service is a way of remotely logging into servers. Usually SSH is associated with Linux machines, but there are some Windows machines that also use the SSH service. So we still have about a minute to go, and let's see. Mr. Crumbs asked, do you prefer attack box over using the VPN? So the attack box is very convenient. Of course, there are instances where we don't want to use the attack box, especially when we're working against a machine for an extended period of time. Most of the time, the attack box works just fine. Of course, if you don't have a paid account over at TryHackMe.com, the attack box is only available for about an hour a day, and in that case, we would probably want to use OpenVPN to access the TryHackMe network. But I'm assuming that most people here are beginners, so using the attack box is probably the easier way to access machines on the TryHackMe network. Okay, but thank you very much for that question, Mr. Crumbs. And now that our machines have finished initializing, we can get started. So what we're going to do is, inside of our attack box, which is on the right-hand side of the screen over here, we're going to click into the terminal here, and we're going to hit enter to dismiss this message over here. Next, we want to put the attack box in its own browser pane, or in its own browser tab, rather. So we can actually go to the center of the two web pages, of the two panes over here, go down to the bottom, and there's this button right here, slightly to the right, that is labeled View in Full Screen. So the icon looks like a couple of arrows facing away from each other. We want to click on that, and that's going to start up the attack box in its own browser tab. So this is what we want, because we don't want a squished up interface. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to start up Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a great security web app security analyzing program, and we're going to start it up by clicking on this icon right over here. So it's the blue icon on the right hand side of the screen. This is labeled Burp Suite Community Edition. And a Barton says Web App Security Testing Toolkit. Yes, that's certainly a way you could use to describe Burp Suite. It's there are a lot of different tools inside of Burp Suite, and it's basically the most valuable tool you can use when you're doing web app security professionally. So most professionals, Mr. Crumb says, I remember when Burp was orange. I'm pretty sure the Community Edition uses the blue icon and the blue color scheme, and the professional version uses the orange one now. So they decided to split it up. I'm not too sure why. Let's see. A Barton says version 1 point something something, the better version. Blue is Pro. Pro is Blue 2. Just checked. Huh, I didn't know that. I thought they just split it up by Community and Pro version. But anyways, so it's going to take a little while for Burp Suite to start up here, but after it starts up, you're going to see this window right here. You have to click on the next button, and then you need to click on the Start Burp button over here in order to fully start it up. Barton says, nah, orange was version 1.xx, and I think earlier, and 2.xx version. Oh, okay. So they changed the color scheme from 2 point something onwards. Okay. All right, so we've got our... Okay, so, the visuals are a little bit off. I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit easier to see. So first of all, I need to change the font over to, let's say, 24-point font. Change that. And I'm going to put this in full screen. And I think there was one more place we can change the font as well. Okay, display. We can also change the font here to make it nice and big. Mr. Crumb says, can you change the resolution on the attack box for stream? It may be easier, because I'm sure the terminal would also be tiny. So the terminal is not so much of an issue, because inside the terminal, if I were to start up a terminal window here, I can just resize this. I can make the font bigger with the Control-Shift+. So this makes the terminal text nice and easy to see. Okay, so now that we have Burp started, there's one more setting that we have to do to make Burp usable. And that setting's going to be the global settings. So inside of... Let me go back. I'm going to close out this... Oh, I closed Burp entirely. It's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so we're going to make this full screen, and then we're going to go over to settings. So on the Burp screen, we've got a bunch of different tabs here. So dashboard, target, proxy. So this is the primary way you navigate inside of Burp Suite. You want to use one of these major tabs, and each one of the tabs is associated with a different tool inside of Burp Suite. But for right now, we're going to go into settings over here, and then under, is it project? Where is it? Anyways, you can go and search up Burp's browser. Yeah, Burp's browser. You want to click on Burp's browser, and you want to make sure that under browser running over here, you click on allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox. So this is something that's specific to TryHackMe. Sync asks, "Sup, what's happening right now?" So we're just we're going to be learning about how to do brute force attacks online, but and to do so, we're going to be using this room right over here. So if you want to log into TryHackMe and then go over to this room, then you can join in with us. So what are we doing? So under browser running in Burp Suite, you want to click on this setting over here labeled allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox. If you don't do that, then you're not going to be able to get Burp's browser running, which is what we want to do. And Blue Spider Monkey 2 asks, "Hey, would you consider doing some PortSwigger labs at some point on the stream?" Yeah, we could schedule that for later. If we have a little bit of time, if we finish up early, I might do a PortSwigger lab for you. Could you tell me which labs you're interested in taking a look at? And yeah, maybe we might have a little bit of time later to take a look at some PortSwigger labs. Just let me know which labs you're interested in looking at. Okay, so after we select allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox, we're done. So we're just going to click out of the settings window right here. And then Blue Sweater Monkey 2 says the IDOR ones. Okay, yeah, we can look at some IDOR challenges if we have a little bit of time later. So from here, we're going to go over to proxy. So from dashboard to target to proxy, click on proxy. And we want to make sure that intercept is off, because the biggest mistake you can do when you're using Burp Suite for the first time is to leave intercept on and then wonder why none of your web requests are going through. Because when intercept is on, you have to manually accept or drop web requests, which is a big pain in the butt if you're not expecting that. So go ahead and click intercept on and switch it to off. Let's see, Mr. Crumbs asks, "Don't forget to use your referral link up on Twitch for any new users you might bring to the platform." Referral link on Twitch. Are you talking about Are you talking about Amazon Prime? So if you have an Amazon Prime account and you also have a Twitch account, you can link the two together, and you can get a free subscription to any one Twitch streamer, and you can use it to subscribe to my channel, and it helps support me, and it makes you part of the community. Awesome. Mr. Crumb says the THM referral link. Huh. I didn't know that TryHackMe had a referral program. But I'll investigate that later. Thank you very much, Mr. Crumbs. Okay, so after you've made sure that intercept is set to off, we can now start up our browser. So we're going to click on this button right here. It's labeled Open Browser. And the important part about using the Burp browser is that the Burp browser is connected to Burp Suite, which means that everything we look at inside of the Burp browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite, and we can go ahead and look at all the data that's being sent back and forth between the stuff that we see in the Burp browser and in Burp Suite. So Burp's browser looks like this. It is a Chromium web browser, and we're going to be using this a little bit later. But first of all, we need to go back and we need to get the IP address for the DVWA instance that we started over at TryHackMe. So we can go over to the TryHackMe page, and we can close this one right here. We can go all the way down and then go to the right until we click on this minus button over here. It's labeled Exit Split View. So now the TryHackMe page is its own web page, and the attack box is its own web page right here, and that's what we want. So over at TryHackMe, we've got the IP address for the DVWA brute force instance. We can go ahead and click on the IP address to copy it to our clipboard. Then we can go over to the attack box, and on the left-hand side of the screen, in the middle, there's going to be this button right here that opens up a little control bar. So from here, we can click on the clipboard, and in the clipboard, we're going to paste in the IP address. After we've done that, we can close out the clipboard, and then in the Burp Suite browser, we can click into the URL address bar and append HTTP just in case with the IP address, and then access the DVWA or Darn Vulnerable Web App over here. So we're not actually doing this room in order. There's a lot of information here, and if you're very interested in learning about a few more tools for brute forcing, I would recommend going through this room and going through all the tasks and activities here. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a slightly abbreviated version of the room, and we're just going to go back to the DVWA, and the username is going to be admin. And the password, I'm just going to provide the password to you. Normally we would need to brute force this, but I'm just going to provide it to you because there are a couple of things I want to point out. So in the chat, I will give the password here. And that's the, so admin is the username, and the password is what I just provided in chat, which is 1UAZ @WSX. Okay. Then click on Login. Okay, so after that, we come to the DVWA application landing page, and if you scroll down, you're going to see a bunch of different buttons with different web app challenges on the side over here. What we're interested in taking a look at is the DVWA security button right here. So all of these challenges have a difficulty rating, and the difficulty rating by default in DVWA security is set to impossible, which is not what we want. So we're just going to click on the DVWA security button, and then afterwards we're going to see security level is currently impossible. We can click on impossible over here in the drop-down menu, and we can set it to low. So we're just going to set this to low and then click on submit. Okay, so when you see that the security level is currently low, then you know that you've done a correct job. Okay, From there, what we're going to do is we're going to access the brute force challenges. So over on the left, in the sidebar, so a couple of buttons down, you're going to notice this brute force button. We can go ahead and click on that. Okay, so it says here, vulnerability brute force. There's a login page with a username and password. So this is where we're going to be doing our testing. So we want to figure out what the username and password is. We're going to assume that the username is going to be admin again. And the password, we're just going to give a test password and then click on login. So it says username and or password incorrect. So this is something we have to take note of. That's the message that happens when we do an incorrect login. But more importantly, we have this logged in Burp Suite. So what we're going to do is we're going to minimize our Burp Suite browser. Then we're going to go to Burp Suite, and we're going to click on the Proxy HTTP History tab. So Proxy is the main tab, and there are a bunch of sub-tabs over here. There's Intercept, HTTP History, WebSockets History, etc. We're going to go to the Proxy HTTP History tab. So from here, these are all of the requests that were made by the Burp Suite browser. So by default, these are all in order of when we made the request. We can scroll all the way to the bottom of the list, and you're going to notice that there's this get method to the URL vulnerabilities brute, and what we can do is we can see here that this endpoint is vulnerabilities brute, and then there's a URL parameter with the username and a password. So go ahead and click on that request, and you're going to see all of the URL parameters here. What we're going to do is we're going to right-click on the request part of the window. We're going to right-click on it, and then we're going to select Send to the Repeater. So this is going to send this request to another tool in Burp Suite, which is called the Burp Suite Repeater. So go ahead and click on that. And then you're going to see the Repeater tab over here light up orange. So we can click on the Repeater tab. And what this is the text representation of the request that we sent to the vulnerabilities brute endpoint. Barton says, quick tip on Burp Suite. This is IP, so no biggie, but if you're testing a large scope, you would do star.example.com, star.example.org, star.example.tld, etc. They're in scope, and you can use it to advance in scope and add the example. That way it'll capture and show in proxy history all the requests that are made, for example, with that host name. That is absolutely correct. So Barton told us some good advice here. So let's see. Barton says, "Sorry, not enough full stops." No worries, no worries. So in Burp Suite, we usually want to set a scope, and we would do that in the Target tab over here, and Target and then Scope, and we would set a scope so that we only get web traffic, and the HTTP history only records stuff that is inside the scope. So it might be a URL, or it might be an IP address. We can set it inside of here. But for this example, we're just going to be dealing with the IP address. So we're just going to, so in this case, it's not really required. So we're just going to go to proxy. Oh, sorry, well, we're doing with the repeater. So in the repeater here, this was the request that's made to vulnerabilities brute. And what we can do is we can, inside the repeater, we can send this over and over again. So for example, if we click on the send button here, this is going to be the response. So if for some reason, if you feel it's a bit uncomfortable to take a look at the response in this text form, you can always click on this button right over here. So we go from pretty to raw view to hex view to render view, and this is going to give you a rendered view as if there was we were looking at it inside a web browser. So you can click on render, and it'll show you what this response would look like inside a web browser. So this is a little bit easier for people who are not used to looking at the text form of the HTTP response. So what we want to do here is we want to use a tool to do the brute forcing. And in order to do so, what we're going to do is we're going to set up this request right here as a baseline. In order to do that, we can right-click on the request, and we can use this command right over here, which is called copy to file. What this is going to do is it's going to take all the information in this request, and it's going to save it to a file. So click on copy to file, and we're going to save this to, well, we can save it to the root directory, that's fine. We're going to call this file name request.txt. After we do that, we're going to save it. And then we're going to stop using Burp Suite for now. So we're just going to minimize Burp Suite. And we're going to go to our terminal here. In the terminal, we're going to use a program called Fuzz Faster You Fool in order to do brute forcing against this web application login page. So we're going to use ffuf, and we're going to specify that we're going to be using a request file. So the request file is over here. We saved it as request.txt, and then we're going to provide a word list. So we're going to try to brute force. Oh no, I actually can't do this first. First of all, I need to do a little bit of editing. So we're just going to use nano to edit the request.txt file, and we're going to provide a fuzzing point inside the file. So if we take a look at request.txt, we're going to see all of the information for this request in here. So there's the type of HTTP method, there's the endpoint, and there are all these other HTTP headers over here. What we're going to do is we're going to provide the fuzzing point inside of the endpoint here. So you see here that the username and the password is provided as a URL parameter. So the username is going to remain admin. Oh, sorry, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So during the ads, what we're going to do is we're just going to run some bird feeder footage for everybody on YouTube and for everybody who isn't seeing ads for some reason or another. And I'm going to take a little drink break, have a little bit of water. But in the meantime, please enjoy the birds. So I love my birds. I love my little backyard bird feeder cam. This one I set up during the summer to see which birds would have a little bath and take a little drink. It's a little bit disturbing to think that the birds drink from the same water that they take a bath in, but you know, they're birds, so they can do stuff that's a little more gross than people can. Anyways, the break is over, so let's put the birds away. I'll probably put the birds on a little bit later during our next break. Okay, so inside the request.txt file, we need to set up where our fuzzing point is going to go. So we're gonna be trying to log in as the admin user, but the password is going to be what we want to brute force. So password equals test, we're going to delete test, and we're going to put in the word fuzz in all capitals here. So this lets the ffuf utility know which point to put all the passwords into. Okay, so after we've done that, we're going to save this file with Control X, save modified buffer yes, hit enter to confirm the file name. Mr. Crumb says, all my passwords are fuzz. If only. If only. And, you know, we haven't had a video redeem in a while. Let's redeem one of these. How about a good old Hack the Planet? Okay. So after we've adjusted the request.txt file, we can use ffuf. So ffuf is the fuzzing. And that played twice. So ffuf is the fuzzing tool we're going to be using. We're going to specify a request file to read from. And Barton, what you need to do is you need to do, let's see, !redeem space nyancat if you want to redeem nyancat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so request.txt, and we're going to provide the word list. Thank you very much for the nyancat redeem, Barton. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to provide a word list. It's going to be user share word lists rocku.txt. And we're going to specify that the request is going to be proto HTTP. So sometimes ffuf doesn't like resolving HTTP requests unless you provide this little flag right here. This is HTTP protocol versus HTTPS protocol. But anyways, let's run this command. So when we run the command, it's going to try to fuzz the endpoint with all of the words on the rocku.txt list. It's a list of about 14 million words, so it could take a while. So when we run this, there's actually something we want to determine. We want to determine what the response size of an... is this not running? Okay, it is running. Okay, we're just going to get out of here. So what we need to do is we need to figure out what the size is, what the size of the request is for an unsuccessful request. So we see here that all of these unsuccessful requests are size 1372. So we're going to filter on that particular size for these responses. So we're going to do that with this right here, fs, and then supply the size we want to filter. We want to filter 1372, so we do that over here. And there's one more thing. So this wasn't actually going super fast. We're going to specify something a little bit faster. We're going to give it 20 threads so that ffuf fuzzes faster. So for everybody who's keeping track at home, let's provide this command to everybody in chat. Just a second. There you go, everybody. Okay, so let's run this. So now that we've filtered on responses that are size 1372, it's not going to tell us about any responses that fall. Okay. So another thing that we have to keep track of is that it's giving us all of these payloads as well. The problem is that this is coming back because it includes a hash symbol in the response, and because there's a hash symbol, then that's going to mess with the URL parameters. So if we, so every payload that has a hash symbol in here is going to come back with a different response size. So these ones too over here. And if we take a look at the application itself, oops, not this one over here, and we specify one of these payloads with the hash symbol, it's going to give us it's going to give us a different response. But the different response doesn't mean that it's a correct password. So if we, let's see, let's take a look at the, over here. Oh, what happened? Okay, keep on going. So Mr. Crumb says, does it need to be URL encoded then? So in this case, if the proper password has a hash symbol in it, then it would need to be URL encoded for the application to read it correctly. But the correct password does not have the oh, what's going on with this? This is starting to go weird. Anyways, let's keep on going. And I think the correct password comes up eventually. I've hit the scroll back limit. Yeah, that's probably it. So if you notice that everything else that's returning here has the hash symbol in it, we just need to look for a hit that does not have the hash symbol in it. So let's see. So these all have the hash symbol. It's going to keep on going. Okay. Ooh, some unpleasant words. Okay, Lakers number 1. Number one. Let's see, it should just be a progress line that gets updated. It should be. And I think... Okay, we've had 6 errors so far. So I'm not sure... This is going to take a long time because we're only about 10% through. But what I'm going to do is I'm just... Man, how should we do this? So I know what the password is, but I'd like to show that the password is, Mr. Crumb says, if you make the terminal wider, it might be okay. So let's try making the terminal a little bit wider. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so this is still going to take a really long time. So I'm just gonna quit out of here, and what we're gonna do is we're just going to create a little file. Maybe, let's see. I'm just gonna call this pass.txt, and I'm going to put in a few different entries. So I'm gonna put in HackerFrog, and I'm gonna put in test pass, and I'm gonna put in the actual password. Just so everybody can see what the output looks like. So if you notice, this is the password that we used to log into the application the first time. So let's save that out, and let's give a different password. So in this case, the password is going to be pass.txt. Okay, so we got the, so in this case, there were only 3 passwords, but it showed that this gave the status 200, and it was not the filtered size, so this is the correct password. So if we go ahead and copy this, we can go back to the Burp Suite browser, and in the Burp Suite browser, we can give the admin username and the password, this thing right here. Click on Login, and then it says, welcome to the password protected area, admin, and there's a, I don't even know what kind of face this is, a surprised face? Okay. Alright, so we're going to cover one more type of brute forcing, and in this case, it's going to be SSH brute forcing. So let's go back to TryHackMe here, and in TryHackMe, under this section over here, brute forcing SSH, It says Hydra and Pt9. I've never used. I think I might have used Pt9 once before, but as far as SSH brute forcing, I've only ever used Hydra. But they've got this handy dandy command line over here for using Hydra for brute forcing, and in this case, it's a little bit different because we know what the password is, but they're going to give us a user list. So what we're doing is we're brute forcing the users because we're assumed to know the password in this case. So let me copy this command. Okay, then we're going to go over to the browser with the attack box. We're going to go back to the terminal. I'm going to paste in this command for, oh, that's not it. Okay. We're going to go to the clipboard, and in the clipboard, paste in that command. So this is the command we want. I'm just going to copy it. In the clipboard, we're going to paste this in. And in this case, we're going to provide the password. So in this case, we know what the password is, but the task tells us that we need to URL encode special characters in that password. So we know the password is this right here, but they tell us that we need to URL encode the special characters. So URL encoding this special character right here, the @ symbol, it becomes %40. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the userlist.txt file. So the userlist.txt file is found in another one of the tasks. So we can go back to TryHackMe and access that list. It's going to be under task number 6. So we can click on task number 6. Then click on download task files. And we've got the user list over here. So we're just going to open it up. Let's open it up in one of our word processing programs. Okay. So over here, these are this is the user list, not the password list. So we're going to copy. We're going to select all, and then copy it. Then we're going to create our own file. So in the terminal, in our attack box, let's see, I think I can create another terminal. Whoops. Let's create another terminal. Okay. So in this terminal, we're just going to use nano to create a file. It's going to be called, what are we calling it? It's going to be called userlist.txt. Okay. So userlist.txt. We're going to paste in all of the usernames. Oh, we need to go to the control panel and put that in the clipboard first. Okay. Now that we've put it in the clipboard, in Nano, we can... Oh, it does not feel like copying those users. That's very bad. Yeah, I'm not too sure why the clipboard isn't going. But we can select it all, copy it. If anybody knows why the terminal isn't letting me paste in the users, please let me know. But let me see if I can use another. Maybe I can use some other program to edit this file. It could be that Nano doesn't want to use the clipboard. Let's try creating a file over here. Create document empty file. Call this userlist.txt. And we're just going to open this with the default program. What is it going to use? Okay. Pluma. I've never used this before. That's fine. Huh. This doesn't want to copy the user list either. This is very, very bad. Actually, wait. These machines talk to each other, right? Okay. I think... userlist.txt. Locate user. Locate the user list. Okay, default credentials, EBS userlist.txt. Okay, let's see what's inside that list. It really doesn't want to. Whoops. What do you mean, no such? Oh. I need to put this in quotes. This is not an actual list of users. It's fine. Okay, just for this demonstration, I'm going to use this user list. So what we're going to do, this is going to make it hard to follow along at home. I'm sorry, everybody. But anyways, let's copy this. Let's copy this file to the current directory. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to call this userlist.txt. Okay, and then I'm going to... So there are all these users over here. What I'm going to do, because I know the solution for the for this task here, I'm just going to add the correct name to the end of the list. So it's TommyBoy1. We're going to save that modified buffer, and then we're going to use this list to brute force using SSH. So not super authentic, but this is a a simulation anyways. Anyways, let's use that Hydra command. Whoops, where's the Hydra command? Let me copy that again really quick. Okay, so this is the command. What we're going to do is we're going to try to brute force the SSH service with the Hydra program, and we're going to use a user list as the variable that we're going to fuzz. So we know that this is the password we're looking for, and we know the IP address. We're going to give it more threads than 4, because if you're fuzzing SSH, it takes a long time. And what we're going to do is we're going to give this 64 threads. We need to specify the name of the service we need to brute force, which is SSH, and we're running this in verbose mode. I think that's what the V stands for. Okay, so let's run this. It's going to try all of these different usernames and passwords. So the password is going to be the same. See, 1 target completed, 0 valid passwords found. That's not right. Let me take a look at the password file over here. I included this at the end. Test. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, so in this case, it was able to find a correct login for SSH, and it was this one over here, TommyBoy1, and the password was this. This was a little bit rigged because I had to find a word list. The problem is that with this is that TryHackMe machines can't download. So we've got the task file over here. We can copy. I think I can copy the link, or can I copy the link? If I wanted to copy the link, I would have to do it inside my attack box, and the attack box does not have internet connectivity. So let me just open up the the browser so I can demonstrate that. Thank you very much to CyberNerd Dante for redeeming Hack the Planet. So if I just go to google.com, we'll see that the attack box over here doesn't have internet connectivity, so we can't download the task file that we need to complete this exercise here. It's kind of a big pain in the butt. We tried to copy it over using the clipboard here, but the clipboard wasn't able to copy either, so we had to work around it. Okay. But so that was brute forcing a couple of different services using a combination of Burp Suite and Hydra and Ffuf. So if you have any questions about any of the programs we used here, or about any of the programs we used here, or any of the techniques, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. I think somebody asked about doing a lab from the Burp Suite Academy. So let's maybe we can do a couple of those before we move on to the next activity, everybody. So we're looking at PortSwigger Academy. TG Artist asks, "Yo, what's happening?" So we just finished up a demonstration where we did some brute forcing with a couple of a couple of different protocols. We did brute force for SSH with Hydra, and we did brute force for HTTP with Ffuf, a combination of Ffuf and Burp Suite. So before we finish off here, let me just close out the virtual machines, just to be a little bit nicer to TryHackMe. So we can just terminate this machine, and what we're going to be doing is we're just going to do a couple of labs over at PortSwigger. So show split view. Let's close out the attack box. Okay, so PortSwigger Academy. Let's see, I think I need to log in here. Let me get my login. So PortSwigger. Here's my email. Let's log in. So I don't understand why they made Burp Suite blue when everything else, when their color is like orange, but I don't know. L Lattice L tries try lowering the threads. Try lowering the threads. You mean SSH? Not sure what you're referencing there, but yeah, when you're doing SSH brute forcing in real life, well, first of all, brute forcing SSH is not the first thing you want to do, because SSH is very often protected from brute forcing by some scripts, and they'll usually ban your IP address if you send enough invalid login credentials. But we're logged into PortSwigger now, and I think the person was requesting the IDOR labs. So let's take a look at a couple of the beginner IDOR labs. Where are the IDOR labs? Let's look at them all. If I just look up IDOR, it's not here. Insecure object. What does IDOR stand for again? It's insecure direct object something something, right? Where is it in here? Direct object reference. Okay, so let's maybe search for direct. Wait, I think I found it. Insecure direct object references. Okay. So let's take a look at the IDOR lab over here. If anybody's wondering which lab we're looking at, it looks like there's only one lab here. Maybe under broken access control. So if you're interested in doing this lab yourself, you can. And let's see. So the great thing about these PortSwigger labs is that if you get stuck on any of these PortSwigger labs, you can actually click on the solution over here, and it's going to tell you exactly how to finish the lab. So in this lab, Insecure Direct Object References, it says that the lab stores user chat logs directly on the file system and retrieves them using static URLs. Solve the lab by finding the password for the user Carlos and logging into their account. Okay, so we're just going to open this in another tab. And this is going to start up the lab instance. It's going to take a little bit to start up, but over here, great. Okay, so we see here that this is the application. Let me make this a little bigger. Okay, so this is the standard application that that the PortSwigger Labs likes to use. So this is some sort of shopping app, and we've got a few different links. There's Home, My Account, and Live Chat. So the good thing about this particular lab, Insecure Direct Object References, is that we don't need Burp Suite to finish this lab. It's fairly easy to finish this lab using manual methods. So we've got the links over here. We should probably check them out. There's Home, My Account, and Live Chat. So this is the home page. If we go over to My Account, this is where we can log in. So we can provide a username and password. Remember that the goal for this level is to find the password for the user Carlos and log into their account. So we can type in Carlos and we can guess their password, test, log in, invalid username or password. So that's not it. So there's another link here called Live Chat. So when we click on that, we can live chat with their chatbot over here. So we're just going to send some test messages. So test, send it. Okay, so we've got another ad break going on in Twitch right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch the birds, and we're going to take a little water break. So I'll see you guys in about 1 minute. Just a second. If you want to chat in, if you want to type in chat and ask questions, you can go ahead and do that too. So sorry to everybody who has to watch ads on Twitch. Twitch makes it so that if you broadcast on Twitch, you have to show ads. I have kind of a half and half opinion about this, because the ads actually give me a break and they let me have a little bit of water every 30 minutes or so. But yeah, it would be nice if we didn't have to watch ads. Okay, ads are finishing now, so let's put the birds away. Okay, so we've got our chat app over here. So I sent my test message, and I got the reply back. Send me some flowers and I'll tell you. Great. So you'll see that there are two buttons on this page. There's a send button and there's a view transcript button. So if we click on view transcript, it sends a file for download on our machine. So the file in question is labeled 2.txt, and if we open the file, can I make this bigger? I can. Okay, so this is basically the log for the chat that we had with the chatbot. So if you notice, there's something that we can exploit in the naming convention for this file. So the file is called 2.txt. So if the file for our chat is called 2.txt, what could we potentially... What is the word? What is something that we could guess at for the naming convention for these files? So Cyberner Dante is the web app tester over here. He says 1.txt. That is correct. So if there's a 2.txt, we have to assume there's going to be a 1.txt or a 0.txt. So we can just go over to, let's see. And I think something else that we need to assume in this case is that we can manually change the address for this particular web app, and we can go over to, let's say we go over to 2.txt in the URL. So it says not found. Not found. Oh, you know what? I think we might need to use Burp Suite. We might need to use Burp Suite after all. Okay, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to find out which endpoint the 2.txt was coming from. Okay, so let's start up Burp Suite then. So inside of Kali Linux, let's do, or maybe chat 2.txt. That's probably a good place to start. So let's go back and let's go to the chat/2.txt. Okay, this was also not found. So let's start up Burp Suite. So we're going to start up Burp Suite, and in Kali Linux, Burp Suite is a little bit easier to use because we don't have to mess around with settings before starting up our Burp Suite browser. So while it's starting up, let me grab the URL for the this thing. Okay, close this. And inside of Burp Suite, let's go to proxy and open browser. Intercept is off, that's what we want. And in the browser here, we're just going to go over to the lab. And in the lab, we're going to go to live chat. Let's see, Cyberner Dante says, in the future, if you want to see the endpoint without Burp Suite, you can use DevTools to see the requests made in the background, the network tab of DevTools. You know what? Maybe we should learn that. So let's go ahead and try that out. Thank you very much for the tip, Cyberner Dante. I think I've done that before, but it's not something I'm used to doing. So I should probably get used to that. So in the live chat, I'm just going to open up my DevTools. In the web browser, go up to the hamburger menu, and then click on Settings. Whoops, we don't click on Settings. We click on More Tools, and then Web Developer Tools. Okay, let me make this a little bit smaller. Okay, so we want to go over to the Network tab over here. So Network tab, perform a request or reload the page to see detailed information. So your message, we're just going to send another test message and send it. It's going to start thinking, ask your mom, great. We're going to click on the view transcript button again, and hopefully the network tab will tell us what that endpoint was that led to the TXT file. So we're going to click on view transcript. Okay, so let's take a look at the end. So this is the domain. Let me open this up. Can we not open this up? We have to make this smaller. Need to make this bigger. Nope, we need to make this smaller. Okay, so is it just this and then 3.txt? That's weird. When we manually go over to 3.txt here, it says not found. Okay. You know what? Let's take a look in Burp Suite. Let's take a look in Burp Suite. So we're going to minimize this, and then in here, we're going to do our test message. And then we're going to view our transcript and download another file. Okay, so this downloads the file. We're going to take a look inside of Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, go over to Proxy HTTP History, and we're going to go down to the very end over here. So download, this actually sends us to the download transcript endpoint. So strangely enough, that didn't appear in the DevTools. But let's check the DevTools one more time. So domain, yeah. File. Yeah, that's strange. It's strange that that this endpoint didn't show up. But we were able to capture this with Burp Suite. So inside of Burp Suite, this is the download transcript for.txt. We're going to send this over to the repeater, and then inside the repeater we can replay this request. So we see here, actually, let's do one on top of the other, like this. Or maybe we're going to make it all in one, side by side. Okay. Cybernet does say, yeah, it's weird. I guess it just shows it the file without the directory. I'm not sure. There might be some sort of weird setting that's going on here. Anyways, so we've got 4.txt, and this is the contents. So inside the burp repeater, we can change out the number. So 4.txt, we can change it over to 2.txt and send it again. And we can also set it to 1.txt. So let's see what happens if we set it over to 1.txt. So okay. So this is a new conversation. So it says, "Hi Hal, I've forgotten my password and need confirmation." Sure, no problem. You seem like a nice guy. Just tell me the password. You're so nice. So my password is this. So the problem is we don't know for sure that this is the Carlos user, but we can guess that this is the Carlos user and that this is the password. And we're stealing the password from this file over here that we discovered through insecure direct object reference, the IDOR vulnerability. So let's just copy this and then go back to the lab. In the lab, we're going to go over to my account. The username is going to be Carlos, and the password is going to be the password that we got from the transcript. We click on login, and then it says, "Congratulations, you solved the lab," and it says your username is Carlos. Awesome. Okay. So that was the lab that was requested by who requested that lab? It was Blue Spider Monkey 2. So Blue Spider Monkey 2, that's the IDOR lab. I hope you got some good information out of this. All right, so let's move on to the next part of this stream. The next part of the stream is we're going to be finishing off the CTF labs over at hackmyvm.eu, and to do that, let's just close out our Burp Suite browser, and let's close Burp Suite for now. Cyberner Dante says, by the way, I figured it out. In the network tab, you right-click where it says File, and you can select URL to see the entire path. For future purposes, actually, so this isn't. Oh, the lab probably. Let me try that out just real quick. Just so I can make sure it works. So we're just gonna go to live chat and then send this. Let me pull up my DevTools. I just want to make sure that I can recreate this. Web DevTools. Okay, So we're going to view the transcript. So click on, right click on File? Right click where you see File. You can select URL. Okay. Oh, okay, so it doesn't show you a URL by default. But you can click on URL. And let me... need to play around with this a little bit to see the entire thing. Okay, awesome, awesome. So this is how you see the entire file path. Great. So you can copy this. Oh, can you copy it? Hold on. Why did this open up? Close this again. Can I select copy here? Copy value, copy URL. Okay. And then we can paste that in. And we can replace this with number 1. And that's going to download 1.txt. Awesome, awesome. All right, thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. That was a good explanation. Thank you. So next time we need to find some download links, we can take a look at the network inspector instead of opening up Burp Suite every time. That's a good trick. Thank you very much. Okay. So now we're done with the Burp Suite lab. Sorry, the PortSwigger lab. Let's go ahead and go over to the HMV labs. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so this is the HMV labs. This is Venus. And we're on level 47. Oh, we're on level 48. Okay. So let me grab my notes. This is level 48, the Bellin level, I think. So for everybody who's keeping track at home, these are the credentials for the user that we're going to log in or using SSH. So this is the Bellin level number 48. Here we go. Okay, there's nothing here. We're going to be logging in via SSH. Venus.hackmyvm.eu on port 5000. Okay, we need to provide the password, paste it in. Alright, so to anybody who wants to play along at home, you use that these usernames and passwords. It's going to be this command right here. There you go. Okay, so everybody, we're only going to be doing a few levels, but for each one of these levels, I need to eventually turn these into YouTube videos. So I'm going to have to do my YouTube intro and outro. So you're going to hear me saying stuff like and subscribe, click on those buttons, and HackerFrogs out. That we're not necessarily going to be stopping the stream, but this is just something I have to say. Thank you very much for understanding. But this is a guided walkthrough for the Bellin level, otherwise known as level number 48, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do to start any one of these levels is to read the mission.txt file over here. So we see here that this is mission number 48, and it says it seems that that Bellin has stolen the password of the user Leona. Okay, so what do we see in this directory? We've got the stolen.txt file over here, and if we take a look at that stolen.txt file, this is a password hash. So we can tell that this is a password hash by this symbol right here. That music is really obnoxious. Let me make this a little softer. This is very intense. Okay, so this is the password hash for the Leona user, and this is the value of the hash right here. So there are a few different ways we could crack this hash. I think what we're going to be doing is the first thing we need to do is we need to identify what kind of hash this is. So what we're going to do is we're just going to ask our friendly AI friend, and they might be able to identify what kind of hash this is. So let me just ask our AI friend. Okay. What kind of hash is this? Paste in the hash and then ask. So it says that the hash is an MD5 based crypt, commonly known as MD5 crypt hash. And the reason we know this is because of this symbol right here at the beginning of the hash. So $1 indicates that this is MD5 based crypt hash. So this is the salt used for the hash, which is the name Leona. And what we're going to do is we're going to use John the Ripper to crack this hash. So we're going to go ahead and go back to Kali Linux over here, and we're going to create a file out of this. So we're just going to echo we're going to echo something into leona.hash, and it's going to be the value of the hash right here. So after we've done that, we're just going to use John the Ripper over here. And John the Ripper is a hash cracking program. Whenever we use John the Ripper, we need to provide it a word list to compare the hash against. In this case, it's going to be rocku.txt, which contains about 14 million common passwords. And we're going to run it against the leona.hash. But specifically, we need to provide a format for these hashes. And the format is going to be MD5 crypt, which is what was identified from ChatGPT. So we're going to run this, and it's going to try to... Well, that was very fast. That was incredibly fast. Okay, so the reason why this came back so fast is probably because the word freedom is near the top of the list for rocku.txt. But anyways, this is the password for the next level. We can actually confirm this by just copy this, and then we can try to log in to the next level as the Leona user, and then paste in that password, and we're logged in. So obviously that was the password. Okay, so everybody, that was that was a little easier than I thought it would be. But anyways, let's write up our after action report over at github.com. So that is over here. Okay, so in this case, the target user was the Leona user, and the method of solve for this level was we needed to identify a password hash type and then crack the hash using a password cracking program. And the key commands for this level were this John the Ripper command right over here. Okay, so let's commit those changes. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bellin level, otherwise known as level number 48, from the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons below the video and leave a comment under the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so everybody, we only have a few more levels to go. There's level 49 and level 50. So the last level of the CTF is actually very, very difficult, but we'll get there when we get there. The next level actually has some interesting information, and let's go ahead and log in. I think we're already logged in. We're already logged in as Leona over here. Okay. Alright everybody, only a couple more to go. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Leona level, otherwise known as level number 49 from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do is look at the mission.txt file, and it says here that this is level number 49, and it says user Ava plays a lot with the DNS of venus.hmv lately. Okay, so this is talking about DNS, and for anybody who's not familiar with DNS, it can be a little bit difficult to it can be a little bit difficult and a pain in the butt to deal with, but so what we need to do is we need to figure out some information about this domain right here, venus.hmv. So there's a certain command we can do to figure this out, and the command is called dig. So let's get some information about venus.hmv using dig. Okay, so it says here that venus.hmv, there is an A. So what are these called again? There is an A type file, I think. And what we can do is we can do a little bit more digging for venus.hmv because it's associated with this IP address right here. So we're going to run dig again, and we're going to specify that we want to look at this IP address. Oh, that's not okay. You have to make sure that the IP address is correct. All right, so that IP address is correct now, I hope. And let's go ahead and get some more information about this domain. So there's another subdomain over here that's associated with the with this, which is venus4.hmv. Okay, so this, I think when I went over this the first time, it took me a really long time to figure out that there's actually a file on the Linux file system that deals with DNS information, and it actually is in this directory over here. It's going to be in the etc bind directory. And in the etc bind directory, we find a bunch of different files. So including this one over here for venus.hmv. So this should have some configuration information about venus.hmv. So let's take a look inside. So we're just going to cat etc bind db.venus.hmv. And here's some information about this particular domain. So in particular, we've got Ava, and we've got this as a txt entry, and this should be the password for the Ava user. And it's in this special file over here that has configuration information for the DNS. So let's go ahead and copy that file. Sorry, copy that password. These are the credentials. Okay, so everybody, let's write up a little after-action report for this level. Okay, so in this level, the target user is the Ava user, and the way we solved the level was we needed to get information about the venus.hmv domain on the server. The key command for this level was looking in the bind directory and this file right over here, db.venus.hmv. All right, let's save that out. Okay, So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Leona level, otherwise known as level number 49, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, it's time. So everybody, we're going to solve the very last level of the Venus CTF Labs, and then we can put a big bow on the Venus CTF Labs and not have to do this series anymore. So first of all, let's get out of here, and let's log in as the Ava user. Let me grab that password. Paste it in. Okay, so everybody, we've got ads coming up in a little bit. I'm just going to do my YouTube intro for the level, and then we're going to wait out the ads, and then we're going to get going. Okay, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Ava level, otherwise known as level number 50, which is the very last level of the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. So to start this last level, we're going to take a look at the mission.txt file here. So it says here this is mission number 50, and the description only says that the password of Maria is somewhere. So Maria is the user we need to find the password for, and it's somewhere on the server. So we're just going to wait out the Twitch ads, and then we're going to get started with the level. If anybody has any suggestions for where we would find the password for the Maria user, let us know in the chat, because this is actually a very difficult level because they tell you absolutely nothing. But anyways, we've got the ads coming up. I'm going to take my little water break. In the meantime, you can watch the birds have their little water break as well. I'm just going to speed this up a little bit to where we haven't seen it yet, over here, and have some water. Just a second, everybody. Got another 30 seconds of ads over here. Let's see if we can finish off this little video clip. I just love these little guys. Falls off. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, so we could try a bunch of different methods for solving this level. We're gonna try a bunch of different methods for solving the level, but and then I'll talk about what the actual method is for finishing the level. But first of all, you might think to yourself that we need to find out what files that Maria possesses. So we could figure out that there's a Maria user. So we could take a look at what files Maria has. and Maria doesn't have any files. So if we could also take a look at if the Maria group has any files. So Maria has a home directory over here, but we can't actually access anything in that home directory, because if we take a look at the permissions, we can't open this directory because we don't have sufficient permissions. Okay. If we take a look at what's in our own directory, there's basically nothing. And so here's the thing. Based on what I know about how we solve this level, the only way we could potentially get a feasible solution for this level is to basically go through all of the users. So every user, we would need to log in as every user and take a look at the files that they have access to, and then basically create a list of every single line on every single file that these users have access to. And then after that, we would take all of that information and then try to brute force into Maria's SSH account using every line from every file that every user has access to, and find the password that way. Because the password is actually one of the lines on one of the files that one of the users has access to. And let me demonstrate where the file actually is. So if we get out of here, and I think the user we needed to access in this case was the Sky user. So this would be level number 44. And oops. Okay, no, it wasn't this one. It was the previous one, I think. Yeah, no, it was the previous one. So the previous one was the Adela level. We can get out of here. Let's log in as Adela. And this is... that's not the password? It is the password. Okay, so I don't know how. I don't know how you would figure out that that the password is actually the contents of this file right here. So the contents of this file is this. So this Morse code right over here. So you might figure out that if this was the answer, what would you think? What would you think to do to this information before using this as the password for the Maria user? Prinsco says, "Hello, good hacking. Hello to you, Prinsco. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about you have a Nyan cat? Here you go." Okay, so the the actual password for the Maria user is not a translation of the Morse code, but this actual Morse code, which is a bit ridiculous if you think about it, because you almost never see passwords with spaces in them, but we have to break the rules to finish this level. So we're just going to copy the Morse code, and Prinsco. Oh, Prinsco, why don't you try redeeming that that Nyan cat in about a minute or so? I think there's a cooldown on all the commands, on all the redeems, and I think it's a minute for global cooldowns. Give that a minute and then try again. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've copied the Morse code over here. Let's get out of here, and let's try to log in as Maria. So it's going to ask for the password. We're going to paste in that Morse code, and we're now logged in as Maria. So what is in this directory? So there's only the flags.txt file and the mission.txt file. And the only thing in mission.txt is mission 51. Congrats. So that's the end. That's the end of this level of Venus, and this is the end of the entire series. So I must admit that the solution for this level is ridiculous. You would never be able to guess that the contents of that file that was owned by some random user was the actual password for the Maria user for this level. But there you go. Let's go ahead and do our little write-up over at GitHub before we finish off this series. So here we go. This is the Ava user. Let's edit this file. Okay, so who is the target user for this level? So the target user for this level was the Maria user, and the method of solve for this level was scour the entire file system for contents owned by previous users and use those file contents to brute force the Maria user's password. LocalCan asks, I was going to ask, but the question, but it's over. What would you do? Tree df plug somewhere dot list. Df plug somewhere dot list. So I'll answer that in after I finish off the YouTube outro, LocalCan. But thank you very much for your comments. Let's do key command. So key command is as a Della user, we have to do cat WTF. Anyways, let's commit those changes. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Ava level, otherwise known as level 50, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and click on and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Ratchet LG 1977 says, "Oh, I say oh back. How about 07? There you go." And thank you very much, Ratchet LG. Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet. And let's see. And Prinsco, if you want to subscribe and share YouTube, thank you very much, Prinsco. And Prinsco, if you wanted to redeem that Nyan Cat again, you can go ahead and try that. It should work now. Okay, so let's look. Where were we? Okay. So we were. So say we're Maria at Venus over here. Ronan says, "Hi Ronan, how are you doing?" Redeem is spelled with 2 E's and no A. Why don't you give that a try again? Okay, so let's see. LocalCan asks, I was going to ask, what do you do tree? Tree df Hope everybody's having a great day, and I hope everybody can go to hack. What is this command? dfpiug, and that was redirect this to Well, we don't need to redirect it. Let's just see what this does. Somewhere else. Some file that doesn't exist. Right. Well, the thing is that let me get out of here. So we'll exit and we'll go back to the challenge. And this was the Ava user. And let's... Ronan says, "I'm just here to learn English." I'm sure your English is plenty good enough, but thank you very much for chatting. Okay, so if you look at mission.txt, the password of Maria is somewhere. So one great thing about having two languages here, so there's also a Spanish translation for this for the challenge description here, is that you know that something is not a keyword because here it says somewhere, but if somewhere was the keyword, then it would also say somewhere in the Spanish translation, but it doesn't. Spanish. I'm just here to learn English or Spanish. All right. Like LocalCan says, some file that doesn't exist. So somewhere. So let's try that one again. So it's tree. Let me take a look at that command. Tree dfp. I don't know. I actually don't use the tree command very often. Permission denied. We don't have write permissions. Let me create a little directory and then we can try that again. So if we were to make a directory in the temporary directory, call it what was it? TryHack Ava. And then we can try the tree command again. And we can redirect it to this directory. Oh, that's a directory. Let's call it tree.file. Oh, there's no tree command here. Oh, that's unexpected. I thought tree was a fairly common command. I guess not every Linux distribution has tree. But hope that answered your question. LocalCan. Prinsco says, "I really want to learn pen testing. For me, it's like a game, and I want to keep this perspective to make learning easy." Prinsco, if you let me know what experience you already have, I can give you some recommendations for where to learn about network pen testing. So yeah, let me know what previous tech experience you have. So if you have programming experience, or if you have previous networking experience, please let me know, and maybe I can give you some advice on where you can learn more. LocalCan says, "Lost in translation. All I was trying to say is that you run it against a list of stuff to find what perms exist. It's all good." But yeah, I think I was actually thinking about this. I was thinking about how you could potentially create a list of all of the file contents and then use those file contents to brute force against the Maria user. But it's probably a kind of... that would be a very complicated script to write, because you need to log in as all the users to access their home directory contents, and it would become very messy very quickly. But anyways, let's move on to our last portion of today's stream. And in the last portion of today's stream, we're going to be doing a free hacking exercise. So it's basically we're going to try to solve a CTF box that we've never taken a look at before. And the CTF box we're going to be looking at today is going to be over at hackmyvm. Need to log in again. And it's going to be the Faust challenge. So if anybody wants to do this challenge themselves, they can go ahead and go to this URL. What you need to do is you need to download the virtual machine that's associated with the challenge and put it on your own VM network. So after you put it on your own VM network, you want to put your attacker VM on the same network, and then you can do some hacking against it. So these CTF challenges are called boot to root challenges, where you boot up the virtual machine and you hack against it until you become the root level user. So that's what we mean by boot to root. Let's start the challenge. So I've got the I took the liberty of setting up the CTF box over here. I've got it running. The first thing we need to do is we need to figure out where the machine exists on our network, so we can start hacking against it. Prinsco says, I have no previous experience at all, just a little MIRC scripting back in 2004, 2008. Okay. So I've got some suggestions for you. So I've got a YouTube channel, and on the YouTube channel we've got a couple of different playlists. I think the best place to start, if you don't have any previous experience, is to try some challenges from PicoCTF. So I've got a PicoCTF playlist over here. So go ahead and take a look and try working through the playlist over here. Hold on. Okay, so we've got 24. Ooh, this is a lot of this is a lot of challenges, but it goes through stuff like how to set up your working environment in PicoCTF, and PicoCTF is very, very beginner friendly, and you can work through the challenges over here. And after you work through a bunch of challenges at PicoCTF, that should get you a little bit more comfortable with using the Linux CLI. And yeah, I hope that works out for you. And if you have any questions about anything we're doing on the stream, please feel free to ask, because I like helping people get into cybersecurity. That's kind of why my channel is here. But of course, if you already know stuff about cybersecurity, don't feel like you need to leave. Okay, so first of all, we need to figure out where this machine is on the network. So I'm going to run this command with nmap. And this command is going to do a ping sweep on this network range over here. So this is going to be 255 machines. We're going to find out which machines are online. Ratchet says, cannot wait to use my Yagi antenna Thursday. TryHackMe is great. Yeah, so if you're interested in learning more about pen testing, TryHackMe is another great resource. Let me grab TryHackMe over here. So just go over to tryhackme.com and create an account. So I think they've got learning paths over here, and what a learning path is, it's basically a bunch of modules that are all related in some way, and maybe we can find something. Introduction to Cybersecurity. Okay, here you go. After you've signed up for TryHackMe, try this module over here. What do they have in here? So let's see. Introduction to Cybersecurity, Offensive Security Intro, Defensive Security Intros, Careers in Cyber. This is a pretty good place to start. I think PicoCTF is another good place to start learning about what skills you need to use inside of cybersecurity. But what else? Okay, let's continue with the challenge. So we've got, so this is our IP address over here. This is our box. We notice that only 2 of the machines here have the VirtualBox network interface card. Network interface card. That's what NIC stands for, right? Okay, so this is the IP address of the only other machine that's up on the system. So this is the IP address that we're going to be hacking against. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to run another nmap scan. Okay, so this is the IP address. We're going to run a couple more arguments against it. Prinsco says, I got the Google cybersecurity certification. Oh, okay. So if you have the Google cybersecurity certification, you should already be familiar with a few concepts. So if I look up Google certification and we take a look at the contents. So let's see. Does it tell us about the contents? So you'll learn about, let's click on more details. Certificate curriculum, foundations of cybersecurity, play it safe, networks and network security, Linux and SQL. Let's see, automate cybersecurity tasks with Python. So you should already know about Python and working inside the Linux terminal and about SQL. This is a really great start. I fully endorse learning about the stuff inside the Google cybersecurity certificate, especially if you don't have to pay for it yourself. But I think you might be able to get the certificate for free. I've heard that you can get the certificate for free, but I've never really done any investigation myself as to how you would do that. But yeah, Google cybersecurity certificate is a pretty good start if you want to get into cybersecurity stuff. So let's go back here. So we're going to run nmap to find out what ports are open on this particular server. And let's see. Thank you very much for following Hat Knight. We need more hat people in the chat. I am the Shy Hat, and thank you very much for following Hat Knight. Let's give you all the things. So that was the beginning of drink all the thing. Wait, what was it? Drink all the booze and hack all the things. It's a great hacker rap. If you want to look it up on YouTube, just look up all the things and rap, and you should be able to find it. Let's see, got my white hat. It's on my Guy Fawkes mask head. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much for following Unseen. Samurai Dante, I don't know if it's just me, but I didn't hear the song. You didn't hear the song? Wait, can you not hear the alerts? Can you not hear the alerts, really? Let me take a look at my settings. Oh, wait, can you not hear it? It's low. Okay, let me try that again. So everybody tell me if you can hear. Let me know if you can hear this. Huh, I see what you mean. I can't, man. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out real quick. Okay, so it's very low. Okay, let me do some do some quick Okay, we're gonna make an alert box and okay, so we've got a new alert box. We're just going to put it over here. And hopefully the sound is linked up here as well, because otherwise, if you can't hear the alerts, that's no fun. Let me rename this. Okay, and then we will... Okay, let's try another alert. Let's try Hack the Planet. Okay, everybody, did you hear that? No audio. Dang. Hold on. Okay, so let's see if I can work this out. See the GIF but no audio. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I'll probably have to take a look at it after the stream is over. But no sound on YouTube either. Okay, that kind of that's kind of no fun. Okay, how about now? Okay, VGH20 says might need OBS restart. Might need OBS restart. Could be. Very low sound. Okay, so you can hear it, but it's really low. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. You can hear the soundtrack. Okay. Yeah, Hat Knight says here it's a bit low. You can hear the soundtrack. All right, I'm gonna try to solve it after the stream is over. But thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. I need to do some bug fixing on my stream. Okay, let's scan the server, and we've got an unusual port over here. So 6660 is not a normal port. So we're gonna figure out what's on that port. We've got port 22 and we've got port 80. So what do we have over here? So port 22 is the SSH service. That's what lets us remotely log in to a server. It's OpenSSH. Sounds like listening test low. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I don't want to turn off my. Oh, we've got ads going on right now. Okay, so during the ads, actually, I might try to figure out what's going on during the ads. But go ahead and enjoy these birds while the ads are running. I'll try to figure out what's going on in the background, okay? But we're going to be going with ads for about a minute or so. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna try to figure out what those the alert box problems after the stream is over today. But let's just keep on going. Okay, so we've got port 80. So we've got a web port, we've got a web page, and this is running Apache software version 2.4.38. And what do we have here? So it says cool CMS. So we've got CMS software running over here. If we can identify what version of this CMS software is being run, we might be able to exploit it and gain unauthorized access. So cool CMS. Okay, so on port 6660, which is the non-standard port, It says here, message for www data. I offer you a dilemma. If you agree to destroy all your stupid work, then you have a reward in my house. Signed, Paul. Huh. So, here's the thing. You get to know the personality of CTF makers through their boxes over here. And this user who created the Faust box that we're scanning against right now, what is this? They create a lot of really weird boxes. So we can see that these are the boxes that they created. Most of them are difficult boxes. And they made the superhuman box we were looking at last time with Nietzsche. It's I'm Nietzsche Beachy. And I think we're going to find a lot of strange things on this box as well. Anyways. Okay, so this is port 6660. Let's try accessing it with Netcat. So this is, what's the IP address? What's the IP address? Hold on. Let me run my nmap scan one more time. I forgot what the IP address was. Alright, so this is 104. Okay. WW data, I offer you a dilemma. If you agree to destroy all your stupid work, then you have a reward in my house. From Paul. So if we give any kind of response, it doesn't do anything. Okay. So what do we get? We know that there's a www data user on the system. That's not unusual, but there's maybe Paul is a user on the system. So we're just going to echo out Paul to users.txt. So Paul. Or maybe their name is Paul with a number case. P. Anyways, with that, I think what we can do is we can start enumerating the web server. So the first tool we're going to use to enumerate the web server is Nikto. And Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. It's a pretty old piece of software, but I like using it because it can pick up some very old vulnerabilities sometimes. We're going to leave this running in the background, but in the meantime, we're going to run another tool. And this is Derb. So Derb is a web app fuzzer, and it can tell us what endpoints are available on the target. It's a very easy... There's a lot of... Okay. I didn't expect to find this much stuff right off the bat. But, yeah. It looks like there's a CMS on the target, so we've got all sorts of standard CMS directories. So stuff like admin and uploads and some other stuff. Let's take a look at the... So before we inspect the application manually, let's do another... We're going to run a GoBuster scan. So GoBuster is a more powerful web app fuzzing tool. And we're going to look for a few different file extensions over here. So in GoBuster, you need to specify what file extensions you're looking for manually. So I think PHP, TXT, HTML, zip, back. I think this is a pretty good start. And we're going to scan against the target with the directory list big over here, because it seemed to work out last time. So we're just going to try to figure out what endpoints exist on the target. So after that, let's go and investigate the application manually. So we're just going to go over here. Let's go over to 104. Okay, so this is a CMS. So CMS made simple. Okay, so CMS made simple version 2.2.5. So we could probably look for vulnerabilities associated with this version of the software. And where we would do that is probably with this program right here called SearchSploit. SearchSploit. CMS made simple, I think we just need to look for CMS simple and see if we can get any. Okay. CMS made simple authenticated remote code execution. And we also have an SQL injection, but it's not for. Actually, this might qualify because it's less than version 2.2.10. We might be able to use SQL injection to get access to the application. So first of all, we might want to try both of these exploits because they both match our software that is being used on the website. The authenticated remote code execution we can't use quite yet because we don't have authenticated access to the app. So we might be able to use SQL injection to get authenticated access to the app. So let's copy this exploit script. What we need to do is we need to use SearchSploit with the M flag and then download the exploit script over here. SQL injection. Okay. Actually, let's get rid of some of these extra files here. Okay, so we've got the this exploit script over here. Let's take a look at what is inside that file. So we've got our unauthenticated SQL injection. So this is from 2019, and we need to specify our URL target, and it says example usage no cracking password. With cracking password. Set up the variable time with an appropriate time because this SQL injection is time-based. So password, temp password, time, DB name, output email. All right. We'll try playing around with this exploit script and see if it works. So I'm just gonna go back. Actually, let's rename this first. We're gonna take this file. We're gonna call it SQL exploit.py. Okay, and then we're going to use Python to run it. Oh, this is a Python 2 script. So, everybody, if you don't know the difference between Python 2 scripts and Python 3 scripts, so one big giveaway that something is written in Python 2 is that the print function looks like this and doesn't have parentheses around the print over here. So this is a Python 2 script. That's no problem because we also have Python 2 installed on our Kali Linux machine. We just need to know about this. So we're going to run Python 2 specifically with this Python script here. And from term color, import colored, no module name term color. So they're also using modules that are non-standard in this script. Okay. How do we install this term color? Let's Python module term color. term color. Okay. So term color... Alright, ChatGPT. We want to install a Python 2 module named term color. How do we do this? Okay, you need to use the Python 2 version of pip. Here's how you can do it. Okay, Python 2 is installed. Upgrade it. Install the term color module. Use pip to install term color for Python 2. Python 2 mpip installed term color. Hopefully it's that simple, because sometimes installing Python modules can be a little bit of a nightmare. But let's hope that no module named pip. Huh? Pip is not in. Is it called pip 2? Okay. Install or verify pip for Python 2. Python 2 ensure pip. apt install pip 3. We're dealing with Python 2, so I'm not sure if we want to install pip 3. Okay. Otherwise, how would we... But thank you very much for commenting, the dude. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so what can we do? 2.0 version. Do pip 2. Pip 2? Okay, so sudo apt install pip 2. There's no pip 2. Okay, so this defaulted to the Python 3 version of pip. You know what we can do? What we can do is we can just modify the script to, so from term color, import colored, from term color, import cprint. So we can actually just get rid of this stuff, and then we can just work without the color. I don't know what all has been deprecated. Yeah, sudo apt install Python 2. Python 2 is already installed, but what we're going to do is we're just going to get rid of everything. So cprint and colored, we're just going to get rid of those parts of the script. So let's see. Cprint. Okay. So we're just gonna get rid of cprint. Output green, attributes bold. So we're just gonna print output. And we're not gonna print global print output cprint. This cprint stuff, we're just going to ignore all of this. We're going to just delete it. And then, let's see, cprint, yeah. We're just going to print output here instead. Yeah, purge everything. Yeah, well, sometimes working with Python 2 stuff is not very fun. Okay, well, sometimes working with Python stuff in general is not very fun, especially when there's weird dependencies. So let's see, cprint, what other? So I'm pretty sure there are no other color instructions in here. Okay. I don't think there are any other... Print colored, yeah. We're not going to print colored, we're just going to print this. Ronan says you can also try ChatGPT convert to Py3. There are a few different ways to convert Python 2 scripts to Python 3 scripts, but I'm going to try just getting rid of all the references to this colored module and see if that works. If it works, then great. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to take it from there. I think I got all of the stuff in the code that talks about the colored library. But let's see. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this, import this color stuff, and then I'm going to save it out. And then we're going to try running Python. Specify a URL target, example usage, no cracking password, and then crack W path word list. So let's try. So how do we? Okay, so U, HTTP, and then this. And what did it do? I don't think this is supposed to be the correct output. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT to rewrite this script. Okay, so let me get the original script first of all, and then I'll. Let's see. Search exploit. Download this thing. Okay. So let's grab the script. And let's feed this to ChatGPT. Okay, ChatGPT, I've got a mission for you. Please rewrite this script so that it works with Python 3. Okay, changes include updates for the... where was it? Oh, okay. We've got our... I'm also going to ask ChatGPT to replace this term color stuff, because I'm pretty sure term color is not a standard package for Python 3 either. So let's locate. Oh, term color. Wait, does it exist? Maybe it is standard for Python 3. The dude asked, "Do you use OpenBullet?" I'm not a developer, and I don't do programming very often. So I do understand how Python code works, but I wouldn't say that I'm a programmer or a coder. But whenever I come across exploit scripts, sometimes I just say, ChatGPT, take care of it. But let's see if this works. So nano, let's get rid of all of the Python 2 code and paste in the wonderful Python 3 code. Man, this is a long script. Okay, let's save this thing. Let's run Python. Okay, so 2104. Okay, so it's running now. So this is a time-based SQL exploit. I don't know what it's trying to do. Is it trying to dump out everything in the database? Because if it is, then that's going to take a really long time. But maybe I should just leave it running in the background and then CD what? Okay, I'm just going to leave this alone, and it's gonna just keep on running. In the meantime, what is this? Oh, what was I running here? I was running GoBuster. We started getting errors around the... Man, it didn't take very long to start throwing errors here. There's a TMP directory, there's a lib directory, there's an assets directory, there's an uploads directory. There's a PHP, there's a config.php, but it's size 0, so I guess we shouldn't really bother looking at it because there's nothing there. Let's see, TMP. I wonder what's in this directory. This redirects. It's probably... Huh, there's stuff here. Okay. Okay. What? Email found, username found, admin. Okay. Salt for password found. I'm not exactly sure what is going on here, but I guess it's leaking out the contents of the database through SQL injection. So there's a password, there's a username and a password. Okay? So we should be able to log in as the admin user with this password. Let's try it out. We need to go over to the login page. So it should be at the admin endpoint. Okay, so username is going to be admin, and password is going to be the password that we captured. So if this doesn't work, that means that the password was hashed. Okay, so admin. Let's make sure. Yeah, this is what is in our clipboard. So we can paste this in. So admin at gmail.com. Do we need to submit the email or the username? Password? Okay. So try to identify the hash. Yeah, that was going to be my next. So forgot your password. Enter your admin username and email will be sent to the email address associated with that. Okay, we can't do this. We can't do password reset. Password is hash, the dude. Thank you. Let's identify what hash it is. So we could just try something like CrackStation. Let's crack crackstation.net over here, and we'll paste in the hash. And this is the easy win version of figuring out what the hash is. So what kind of hash could this be? So we could do some research about CMS Made Simple and figure out what kind of hashing method they use. So let's do CMS Made Simple password hash. It's salted. Right. Usernames and passwords are stored in the database, and the passwords are encrypted with a one-way password scheme. Okay, so this is some sort of key terms. Maybe I can ask ChatGPT. Works for everything else. Why don't we just ask it what kind of So, what kind of hashing does the CMS made simple software use? Or passwords? Okay, okay. Oh, who just followed? Thank you very much for following Chris Blunt on Twitch. Thank you very much. And I mean, it's kind of silent, but why don't you have a Nyan Cat? It's really loud for me. Actually, you know what? I can't see any of this. Oh well. You can try hash identifier. Okay, so ChatGPT has an answer for me. It says, CMS Made Simple uses salted MD5 hashing for storing passwords. The hashed password format is as follows. 1 salt hashed value. Okay. Wait. Is this correct? 1 salt hashed value. Okay, let's try copying this. Let's go back to the so that they found a salt, they found the email, they found the password. Okay, so the salt is going to be this. The hashed value is going to be this. And let's turn this into a hash. We're going to call this admin.hash. Oh, we've got ads going on Twitch. Okay, so while the ads are going on, we'll just watch some birds. How about this one? Okay, you guys enjoy the birds, and I'm just going to have a little sip of water. Just a second. So, if anybody here likes using Hashcat, let me know, because I usually use John the Ripper, unless there's some very special case where John the Ripper doesn't work for a certain hash. But let me know which password cracking program you guys like to use. Okay, ads are over in about 10 seconds. Let's put the birds away. But Ronan, thank you very much for the suggestion for the hash identifier. I think Big Man Ting says I also use John the Ripper. Well, thank you very much. Okay, let me just grab this, and I'll try to see if we can identify it with hash identifier. Let me try this out, because I really appreciate how everybody here has a lot of different tools and little tricks. Okay, so hashes.com identify hash types. Hashes max 25 hash salt. Okay, so let's try. Whoops. Let's make this nice and big. So it's going to be this. Let's see if so it's hash and then salt. Okay. Let's cut this. Okay, let's see if this can identify. Could not identify this. Alright. Let's see. Cybernerd Dante says, same here. I stick with John until it doesn't work, and then I try hashcat. Yeah, I try. Well, usually John the Ripper is a little bit. There are a lot less like arguments most of the time. GX000 says, then some sugar from me for good luck. Thank you very much, GX000. Nice to see you here. Why don't you have a hack the planet? Right now, our alerts are not. They're not super audible. But yeah, we're gonna have to check that out later. Big Man Ting says, do you have a hash identifier Python 3 in the terminal? I think I do. Let me check. So it's gonna be okay. Hash identifier? Yeah. So hash identifier, let's try this one right here. Oh. Hash identifier, we just, okay. So there's the hash. So possible hashes MD5 and domain cached credentials. So possibly MD5. Okay. So, all right, I think we're going to create this and put it into admin.hash. And I think we can just use John the Ripper here. So we're just going to use John the Ripper. GX00 says, I don't know what you're doing, just got here, but I think the brackets, the square brackets, are something separate. Oh, square brackets is assault. Let's see. Nixar says, I was doing John the Ripper THM room today. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, nice to see that we've got some more cybersecurity professionals or cybersecurity students, people using TryHackMe. Let's see. So admin.hash. Let's see if it can just run this. No, there's no. Okay. So John the Ripper. ChatGPT identified this as salted MD5. Okay. So what we would MD5 crypt. Oh, MD5 crypt. Yeah, I think we've done this before. So format equals MD5 crypt, like this. Nope. John the Ripper is good. Okay, VGAH20. Great. Yeah. I usually use John the Ripper unless it's not working. MD5 crypt. Let me take a look at this admin hash again. So admin hash is this. Raw MD5 maybe? Let's try. Raw. Is it raw dash MD5? Okay, so how would we use John the Ripper to crack this kind of hash? So the password is MD5 plaintext password plus salt. Mr. Crumbs asks if I've tried hash ID. So hash ID, is hash ID the command? So we tried using hash identifier, and it said possible hashes MD5 and domain cache credentials. It's probably some version of MD5, but I'm trying to figure out which format to use with John the Ripper right now. So prepare the hash. Okay, we've done that. Use John the Ripper. Format MD5 crypt. Oh, is it MD5 dash crypt? No, it's not MD5 dash crypt. MD5 crypt? Is it MD5 dash crypt? It's not. It doesn't detect this as... Try hash ID J. Hash ID J and then admin.hash. It says unknown hash. So did I copy... Is the format of this hash incorrect? Hold on. This is what I... Wait, actually, you know what? Maybe I should just feed it the information from the script. The script here... Where is it? Yeah. So, solve for the password, username, hash. So let's feed this in. Let's see. Ronan says name that hash will give you the John format to name that hash. Okay. So let's see. The cat doesn't seem to include the first few characters when you echoed it. Huh. Radicalismic. Let me take a look. 8.2. So this should be here. Wait. Did something... No, this should be it. 82 at the beginning, F7 at the end. 82 at the beginning, F7 at the end. The salt starts with CD, ends with E3. So CD, E3. Let's see. Name that hash. Name that hash. Name that hash. Okay, it's not installed, but we can install it. Let's install it. Okay, so this should be installed now, so we can just do name that hash, and admin.hash. Okay. So do I just do, what are the options? Name that hash, options, help. Example usage. Name that hash, text. Name that hash. Oh, okay, we can give it a file. Okay. It says no hash is found. There must be something wrong with the format here. Okay. Name that hash. Try it without the salt. Can you post the hash here in the comments? Yeah. But maybe I shouldn't be doing this in... Okay. Actually. Let me copy this and provide it to everybody in chat. Maybe you guys can help me identify this. So you just have to keep in mind that this is the first thing is the salt, the second one is the hash. Okay, so first of all, let me create this SQL capture.txt. Let's just save that. Let's see. Okay, let's just let's ask the AI to do everything. Here is the output from our SQL injection exploit script. Please format the salt and the password, which is a hash, into the MD5 crypt. MD5 crypt format. Okay, this format can be used with tools like John the Ripper for further cracking attempts as needed. So I think this is exactly what I have in my hash file. Let me compare this. It's the same fricking thing. But John the Ripper doesn't want anything to have with it. Okay, so is new line the issue? Not sure. I don't think there's a new line in here. Oh, is it? Let's take a look at what so this stops with yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on with this. Stops with the 0A. 0A is the line terminator, I think. I've done this. Maybe we should try hashcat. So how about hashcat MD5 crypt? Hashcat for MD5 crypt. Example hashes, okay. So we'll try looking for MD5 crypt. MD5 crypt. Okay. Yeah. Do we need to end this with a slash? Is that what we're supposed to understand here? There's only one entry here, so it's 500, mode 500. Let's see, try admin. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I can give that a shot. GX000. Let's... Okay, so let's try... No, it doesn't like that. Admin was the username, yeah, for sure. Let's see. So hashcat. It's mode 500. So in this case, it would be 500, and it would be no hashes loaded. Token length exception. Okay. Why does it say token length exception? You got the salt and the hash. How did you come to determine the So this is the indication that it's MD5 crypt. Actually, you know what? Maybe we can get rid of this. No. How about we try? Nope. Okay. The $1 that indicates that this is MD5 crypt. Like this. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Let me... try the, because it's prefixed with $1, it's in MD5 format. Yeah. Let's try asking the AI. Okay, we got this error message. Did not recognize the hash. The hash type not specified. Okay. Additional text or white space in the file. Verify the input file format. This is the format. Okay. Remove any extra spaces, new line, or unrelated text. My Kali won't boot. Okay. I didn't see only the salt and the hash. Wait, the output from the blind SQLi had a... No, it didn't. The output looked like... The output from the SQLi looked like this. It says salt for password found, username found, email found, password found. Did you hash ID the password only? Yeah, we could try hash IDing the password only. Nope. Hash identifier. Put in the hash. It says that it could be any one of these. Possible hashes, MD5, yeah. Let's see. Name that hash. Says it wasn't able to identify that hash. But maybe we should just provide name that hash with this portion here. Name that hash help. How do we do that? Check one hash using single quotes as inverted commas. Okay, so name that hash T and then this right here. Okay, it says most likely, so we were able to get something back from this at least. Hashcat example hashes. So let's see. Raw MD5, used for Linux shadow files. This is probably NTLM, this is probably not. So raw MD5, maybe we can try John the Ripper with raw MD5. What was it? Nope, not that one. Ronan provides a link for example hashes from Hashcat. Okay, let's take a look here. Oh. MD5 salt and pass. Salt and pass. So MD5 salt and then password. Let's try doing just salt and then like this. Okay, what? We loaded the MD5 hash, and I guess nothing came of it? Let's look at the results. Zero password hashes cracked. Okay, it's colon delimited. Maybe we should just try using Hashcat. So Hashcat, and this is admin 2. Separator unmatched. So is this the wrong mode? Let me take a look. This is mode 20. Okay, let's try salt and then password. Let's try mode 20. Is it mode 10 or 20? JTR might be different. Well, both mode 10 and mode 20 don't want to give me anything. Hold on. Check the examples. So it said this should be MD5 crypt. So let's see what MD5 crypt looks like. So MD5 crypt looks like this. It's a 1, and then I think this is supposed to be the salt, and this is supposed to be the hash. This is mode 500. Okay. Cybernet Dante, do you have it? Do you have the correct command and the right format? Let us know. Hashcat. Okay. Mode 20, A0. I could have sworn we did that already. Hash salt. Okay. Let me take a look at hash salt. Did I do this in Oh, hash and then salt. I had it mixed up. I did it backwards. Dang it. Okay. Okay, we've got ads coming up. Cybernerd Dante, wow, it's working now. Thank you very much for the assist. Looks like I had my hashes and my salts backwards. So okay, pure kernel. It says it was cracked. What is this? So the candidates. So which one is it? Let's see, cracked.txt. Okay, yeah, all right. We got the password. That's great. All right. Yeah, checks out. Checks out. Anyways, I'm going to record the command. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. That was a group effort. Thank you. All right. This was the command. This is the string that we needed for hashcat. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Well, anyways, thank you very much. Let's log into the application. After we log into the application, oh, we've got ads going on Twitch. Anyway, it's bird time. Anyways. Hey everybody, these are the birds. They love shaking peanuts. They grab the peanut and they start shaking it around to figure out if it's a good peanut. Sometimes it looks like they are deep throating the peanuts. They're just trying to figure out if they're good peanuts or not. Anyways, I'm gonna take a little drink. Just a second. GX000 says, we know about the birds, next we need to learn about the bees. I don't think I have footage of bees, but I'll look out for those bees for you. GX00, thank you very much. Okay, so now we can, anyways, let's put the birds away. We're gonna log into this gosh darn web application. So we know the password, it is this. And, let's log in. So admin is the username. The password is this. Submit. And okay. So we now have authenticated access to the application. So we've got the second exploit script. So where was that second exploit script? So search exploit, and what was the CMS made simple CMS made simple 225. CMS made simple 2.2.5. Okay. Not old enough to talk about that yet. Well, Alright, so we've got this other script for this version of CMS Made Simple. It's authenticated remote code execution. So we can just copy that over with this command over here. 44976. Okay. Now let's take a look at the exploit script. Actually, let's rename this 44976.py. We're going to rename this and we're going to call it rce.py. Wait, did I misspell that? 44976. 44. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at the exploit script first. So it needs requests in base 64. Admin. Oh, we just need to put in the password. The password is this. Okay, so... Oh, this is another Python 2 script. So we know it's a Python 2 script when the print statement looks like this. And it doesn't have the parentheses wrappers. Anyways, we know it's a Python 2 script, so we can just Python 2 it. Thank you very much for the follow, Mr. Crumbs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so you are now a HackerFrog. Congratulations. Okay, so let's run the exploit script here. Are we supposed to provide a command? Wait. We should... Okay, we need a base URL. So we need to provide the base URL, so it's this. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Chatsubo. Chatsubo? Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Welcome and nice to have you. Okay, so this should be the correct base URL, and the upload directory should be this. And the payload should be the text file name. So where is... So this should be a web shell. It should be called shell.php, and it should be in the uploads directory after we finish running the script. Okay, let's save this out and let's run the exploit script. Authentication failed, exploit failed. So why? So base URL, upload directory is uploads. We should check. Thank you very much for Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero, maybe? Chatsubo. Chatsubo? Anyways, tough Tusif pick. Tusif pick? Welcome to the HackerFrogs, and thank you for following on Twitch. Okay, so upload URL is URL base.split/admin plus upload directory. Base URL /admin plus upload directory. Wait. Is this? I don't think admin should be in here. Let me take a look at the upload directory. So the upload directory should... Is it in admin uploads? Shrutikapur has just raided the channel with 4 viewers. Welcome, raiders, and thank you very much for the raid, Shrutikapur. Raid. What were you all working on? Please let me know. So there's no uploads. There's no uploads directory here. So the uploads directory is just here. Wait, is this not... I think it's admin/upload. Hello, we're here to support. Shruti Kapoor, thank you very much for the raid. And welcome in, raiders. My name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content here on Twitch with an emphasis on beginner level content for cybersecurity. Okay, so this is the CMS. The upload directory should be an uploads, but for some reason we can't see anything here. How about upload? Yeah, there's no upload. We were able to see... No. We weren't able to see the uploads directory before. So we don't have access to anything in here. Is there a shell.php in here? No, there's no shell.php in here. Okay. So upload directory should be base URL Yeah, so it should be just base URL plus upload directory. So I think this is why this is why the exploit script failed, because the upload URL was incorrect. But let's now that we've actually, you know what? We need to go back in. I saw some other stuff that might be wrong. So authentication / login.php. This is not correct. It should be Shruti Kapoor. Let me know what you were working on during your stream. Let me know what kind of content you usually do, because I'm interested in knowing what everybody else is doing. Are you doing cybersecurity stuff? Or are you doing other tech-related stuff, or something completely different? So authenticate, the page is going to be /login.php, but it's not /login.php. So the login page should be admin. Oh, it is. Wait, it is login.php. Admin /login.php. Base URL plus page. But base URL is defined as this. Okay. So we should set this as admin /login.php. And I think that it should work now that we've made these adjustments. So let's get out of here. Let's run the exploit script again. Hmm. 103 in module run. CS cookie, CSFR token, authenticate. List index out of range. Okay, looks like we're going to need to get ChatGPT to help us debug this script. So first of all, let's take a look at the script as it is right now. So the run function is we need to get the cookies and the CSRF token, and then run. Oh, so these two values are equal to the result of the authenticate function. So if we don't have a cookies value, we quit. If we don't have the upload text, we quit. Okay, let's copy this code and let's do a little bit of debugging with ChatGPT. Okay. We need to debug a script. When run, it gives this error message. And then we get the error message. Okay, so this function is trying to split the location header using the CFRF param string, but it fails because it is not found in the location header. This results in the split method returning a list with only one element, causing an index error when it tries to access the second index. Here's how you can debug and fix this. The location header in the HTTP response after authentication does not contain the expected CFRF token in the format possible reasons. This token is not in the location header. The CSF param value may be incorrect for this version of CMS made simple. So check the location header, add debugging to verify what the location header contains. Okay. So place this right before the parse CSRF token call. Alright, so let's debug our script. So we have to place this right before the part of the script that says return response cookies. Wait, where is the return response cookies? Let's put this code right here. Okay. Now let's run it didn't print out. So we got the authenticated successfully with supplied credentials, but then it errors out before we can do the debug stuff. So let's go back in. Okay, let's delete this. And let's put the line in right here. Yeah, I think this is where ChatGPT wanted us to put it in. Okay. Let's run it again. Location header, this right over here. Okay. So I think the reason why it didn't work is because the naming scheme is a bit different from what it was like in the exploit script. So this is the output from the script with the debugging instruction. So the location header contains a parameter called sk instead of the c --c for the CSRF token. So it seems like the CSRF token in this version uses sk instead of --c. So we just need to change this --c to -sk-. Okay, so let's do that. So it's going to be sk like this. Okay, now let's run the script again. So attempting to upload this. An error occurred while uploading this file. Exploit failed. Let's figure out why it was unable to upload this file right here. CMS msrce.txt. Okay, so this text file is going to be called CMS msrce.txt. We need to find out where in the code it refers to this and how it tries to upload this file. So what is this called? So it's called text file name. Where does it talk about uploading? Okay, so attempting to upload .format text file name. Response equals request.post URL. Status code equals response code if status code equals 200. Successfully uploaded text file name. An error occurred. So let's see. Let's see if this, okay, even though it gave us an error, we can check to see if the file was uploaded successfully. We can just go over here and we can go over to uploads, shell.php. So it was not uploaded. So here it says if the status code equals 200, then we successfully uploaded it. The question is, why would it fail to upload? If we supplied all of the correct credentials, it should work. If anybody has any suggestions, I'd appreciate it. But otherwise, let's see. Well, let's see if we can do more debugging with ChatGPT. Authenticated successfully with supplied credentials. Okay, so it gave us this message. Attempting to upload this file, an error occurred. Exploit failed. So if we authenticated successfully, why does it fail to upload this? We run the script now, have the following error message. Maybe the original endpoints. Okay, well, Ronan, thank you for the suggestion. Let me take a look at that after I read the suggestion from ChatGPT. Inspect the upload endpoint. So the function attempts to upload the payload file using the file manager module. The failure suggests that either the payload is not being accepted by the server, the CSRF token is not correctly included in the request, or these parameters are incorrect. Add debugging logs. Update the upload text function to print more details about the request and response. Okay, this sounds reasonable. So, Quaddle, hello. Hello there. Nice to see you here. We're just trying to fix our exploit script right here. Let's see. Define. Okay, so execute the script to capture additional debugging output. Pay attention to response status codes. It should be 200. Response text. Look for error messages or clues about the failure. Check the following potential issues: CSRF token, cookies, permissions, server logs. Verify payload file details. Ensure the file name and content are properly formatted. Okay, so... Alright. So what we need to do is we need to swap out the code in define upload. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's go back to the file. So what was the name of this function again? This is the define upload text function. Where is that upload text function? Here you go. Okay. So let's get rid of all this. Tommy C6, what are we working on today? So we're working on another CTF box from the same creator of the last box. Remember the superhuman box where we dealt with Nietzsche? This is from the same creator, and this box is called Faust. And let's look up that machine, just in case you guys want to try it out as well. Okay, so the machine is called Faust. And here's the link. Okay, so I just pasted in the code suggested by ChatGPT for debugging. Ooh, this print statement is not going to work. This is Python 3. I need to go in and edit this again. God damn it, ChatGPT. Listen, ChatGPT. This code is Python 3 code. Please rewrite the debugging code above, but write it for Python 2, please. Okay, maybe I can rewrite it with Python 2. Where is it? Upload text, okay. So this is fine. This should be fine. This part of the print, these print statements are not fine. So we just need to change this. God damn it. Was it called URL? That darn robot. Yeah. Yeah, that darn robot. URL, okay. Okay, so here we need to change this to data. So we just need to, and this is cookies. Okay, this part is fine. We need to change this to response.status code. Let's get rid of this. And this is response.text. That should be fine. So everybody, I'm sorry if watching me rewrite this code is a bit difficult because I'm not a coder. I'm just a person that likes to do hacking. TXT file name. Let's see. Okay, we've got more ads coming up. Is it just me, or are these ads occurring more and more, like more and more frequently? Okay. Okay, I think everything's fine. No problems. Don't have any suggestions, but happy to watch. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante. I appreciate it. Okay. Return true, return none. I think... this should be fine now. Okay, let's save this out. And let's run the code again. Oh. Expected an indentation block. Line 44, macked. God damn it. Ads are occurring more often, and they tweaked their ad block defenses. Sorry, everybody. Oh, okay. Just need to... yeah. Okay. Let's try that again. Invalid syntax. TXT file name. Oh, okay. I need to add a plus there. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we got the uploading file to module interface.php. And it says debug post data plus data cannot concatenate string and dictionary objects. So, okay, we've got an ad coming up. We've got an ad going on right now, so let's watch some birds, and then we will continue. Hey, here's the bully bird. I love the bully bird. Okay, where we got? Thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar J, Tommy. And, yeah. As many Stellar J's on the screen as possible. So I'm just going to take a little drink while the ads are running. Just a second. Tommy C6 says, I think every time an ad comes up, I'm going to redeem the birds. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I certainly like seeing the birds. Ads over. Okay, so let's put the birds away, and let's get back to work. Okay, so thank you very much for following TXO. TXO, I'm not sure. TXO KODOM, please let me know how to pronounce your username, and I'll try to pronounce your username the right way. Thank you very much. Chokodom. Thank you very much, Chokodom. Chatsubo says, my favorite birds are the kookaburra. Are you Australian, or... Are you just a big fan of Australian birds? So if anybody doesn't know, the kookaburra, is that how you spell it? Yeah, is a bird that looks like this. And let's see. Oh, Chocodom is Spanish. Thank you very much for letting us know. Just the birds. So the kookaburra is, it has a very distinctive laugh. So if you were to look this up, actually, you know what? Maybe I can look it up in YouTube just so we can have a little bit of a reprise from debugging the script. So kookaburra laughing. So this is what the kookaburra sounds like. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. Let's see. Tommy C06. If you have a blue crown next to your name, you can subscribe to the channel for free. Cybernetist says that scared the crap out of me. Wow. If you can hear them from miles away. Yeah. This is I mean, that is a great sound. But in Australia, they're called the laughing jackass. I think that's one of their nicknames over in Australia. But thank you very much for bringing that to our attention, Chatsubo. Thank you. Okay, so what do we need to change? It says data, okay, cannot concatenate string and dictionary objects. So I think the data is supposed to be a dictionary object, so we need to stringify this before we can print it out, right? Okay, so let's try adjusting that. Tommy C6 says, where I live, we watch out for panthers. Have you ever heard of them? I've heard of panthers. Panthers are a type of cougar, right? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know as much as I think I do. Okay, so let's turn this into a string. So the string of the data. Let's run this again. Okay, so the cookies are also not a string. Request cookie jar objects, so it's we need to turn the cookies into a string as well. Okay, so string cookies. Ever heard one screaming? Yeah, well, I mean, panthers are supposed to be, they're big cats, so it probably sounds a lot like a lion, or it's some other big cat. That's what my guess is. Okay, so response status code, response text. Let's stringify all this stuff so we don't... Yeah, okay. Now let's try... Okay, so what do we get? So uploading file to HTTP module interface.php. It sounds like a baby crying. It sounds like a baby crying. Okay, well, let me try looking this up. So panther roar. Maybe we can this one's really short. Okay, let's go. Oh, wow, it sounds kind of stereotypical. Alright. But thank you for that, Tommy C06. Response code 500, response text. There's no response text. The response code was 500. You know what? There was a message. Okay, there was a message at, what was that port? Netcat. Here. I offer you a dilemma. If you agree to destroy all your stupid work, Then you can have a reward in my house. Paul. What do we mean by destroy all your stupid work? And does this have something to do with the exploit? So that's my question. Okay, so the cookies are this. Well, let's entrust everything to the AI. Just a second. Okay, so it looks like our chat is going off the rails here. Let's see if we can find this. Sidebar. I think this is what we... Okay, so we received this error message. Why is it not going? We received this error message. Something went wrong. Does it just... As much as you use ChatGPT, you don't have the paid version? I don't have the paid version. But I've never needed to... I never felt like I needed the paid version. I don't know. Okay, so let's just do a new... Let's just do a new chat. Okay, so first of all, we need to get the... get this again. Let's see, maybe take a look at bash rc. Gotta use new chat. Do you have permissions for the directory? I should have permissions for the directory. I see a message about reaching the free token limit. Free token limit? You mean... Are you talking about ChatGPT or are you talking about the exploit? I'm pretty sure it's not the exploit. Right, okay. So we are debugging this script. Provide the script. We receive an error that looks like this. Oh, we're talking about the ChatGPT. It's Frank Diaz. Thank you very much for chiming in, Frank Diaz on YouTube. Have one of these. It's these are my favorite birds right here. Okay, let's see if we can get some context over here. The error code 500 indicates an internal server error, okay. There's likely an issue with the request being sent to the server. Here are some things to investigate and just to resolve the issue. Check if the file upload form expects a different format or additional parameters. The post request you sent might not match the exact expected format. You should verify if this field requires more information, if there are any other fields. Double check the file upload mechanism by reviewing the form's action and expected parameters from the CMS source code. Review the server-side logs. Since you're getting a 500 error, the server logs will okay. Look for error messages related to the module interface.php file. Does this file exist? So I should probably investigate whether or not this file exists on the system. So it would be, I think it would be in this. Yeah, so module interface.php. This endpoint exists. Uploading file to HTTP module interface.php. So it should. This is the correct endpoint. The post data we're sending is this. So this should be the CSRF token. Okay, so module interface.php. I should figure out how the upload function works in this application. So I'm going to start up Burp Suite. So we're just going to start up Burp Suite, and then we're going to run a few of the functions past Burp Suite to try to figure out what's going on inside the code and what exactly we're sending when we upload files, and then we can debug our exploit script. So we're going to go to proxy, open browser, and then let's go over to the endpoint 0 to 104 admin. Okay, we need to put in our username, admin bullcrap, and then we need to figure out how to upload things. So file manager, current path is uploads. Drop files here to upload. Okay, let's try uploading some random file. So first of all, we should create a random file. Echo test.txt. We have file upload. Okay, and then let's upload a file. So tmp test.txt, open it. Oh, we uploaded it. Okay, let's take a look at what happened in Burp Suite. So HTTP history, we sent a post message here. So this should be the file upload function in action. Let's send that to the repeater and take a look. Yeah. So form data name mocked sk, right? Disable buffer, ml files. Okay, so post data. Mocked file manager m1 upload 0. We need to compare this against what we find here. File manager m1 upload 0. Mocked, right, so this is correct. Disable buffer should be set to 1. That's correct. Disable buffer 1. SK is equal to this value over here. Yeah. M1 files. We need to check the script. Okay. Let's do this in another tab. So mact equals file manager m1 upload 0, page equals module interface.php, URL equals base URL plus page. What is base URL plus page? Okay, page equals admin login.php, base URL is defined up here. Yeah. So that should be correct. The mocked, so in the data that we send mocked, we send disable buffer, add a debug line there to get base plus URL. Chatsubo, that's not a bad idea. Let's add one here. Okay, so txt equals m1 files, txt file name payload. So the txt file name is this. cmsmsrce.txt. And the payload is PHP systems get whatever. Thank you very much for following. It's xjot. It's xjot. It's xjot. If you let me know how to pronounce your username, then I can pronounce it correctly in the future. Thank you very much for following. It's xjot. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so let's see. So the payload is this. Could there be something in the payload that that the server doesn't like? Maybe it doesn't like the special characters in the payload. Let's see. Mine's just Tommy, but you can call me Nighthawk. So Nighthawk or Tommy. All right, I'll know that for the future, Tommy. Thank you. Or Nighthawk, whichever you like. Hey, you pretty much got it without pronouncing the X. It's Joe T. It's Joe T. Is that it? Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so let's see. So we've got this M1 files, text file name payload. So here, where was it? M1 files. We have file upload. M1 files txt file name payload. So txt file name is, it says here file name equals test.txt or name equals M1 files. Okay, no. Name equals, that should be fine. let's see, file name test.txt, and then the content is this. We have file upload. It's Joe T says, what are we developing here? We're trying to write an exploit script, and we need to figure out how the file upload function works inside of this app to get the... Wait, you know what? Maybe we don't need this. Maybe we just need to upload our exploit script. Maybe we don't need to do any of this. Maybe we just need to create a file. We just need to upload a PHP file. Maybe we're making this a lot more complicated than we need to. And let's okay, let me grab the payload. The payload is just, where is that payload? This is the payload. Okay, we're creating a file, right? PHP file name shell.php. Is all this stuff necessary? Let's see. It's Joe T says an exploit is, I'm sorry, I'm new to programming. So this is hacking. So I'm just I'm making a script to exploit the system, and the system is a CMS system. So it's basically a piece of software for managing files and like blog articles and stuff. And what we're doing is we're just going to create a file that that gives us some extra privileges on this system over here. So I'm just gonna, why can't we just upload this thing? So let's just choose shell.php here, open this, and it looks like, did this get uploaded or not? Hold on. Uploads test.txt. Okay, so we managed to upload this test.txt file. And let's try shell.php. Okay, shell.php was not uploaded. So we can choose shell.php, and I guess for some reason it doesn't want to upload the file. Okay. Okay, so copy to PHP. Let's just try to reverse engineering this this exploit, and then maybe we can do this manually instead. So we're gonna go over here. Maybe you can try a different PHP extension name like PHP5. Right. Maybe it might be. So it's either using an allow list or a deny list. If it's using an allow list, then we're in trouble. If it's using a deny list, then we might be able to get away with uploading a different file extension. So let's call it PHTML instead. Okay, and now that it's PHTML, we can try uploading it and see if it works. Where'd I put that thing? Huh. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it uploaded. So if it uploaded, let's check. So if it is PHTML and CMD equals who am I? Okay, we have remote code execution. Awesome. We have remote code execution now. We got it to run a command. Let's see. Let's do... Okay, we can get... We got the... Okay, so shell.phml is up. We can set up our reverse shell listener and then get a proper reverse shell in the target. So let's go ahead and set that up. So we're gonna create a bash shell. We're gonna do netcat on port 443. We haven't pwned it yet, but we're very close. I think we're very close to getting a foothold on the target. So first of all, we got more ads coming in about a minute, just so everybody knows. I'm just going to go to revshells.com to make myself a little rev shell. I will make a busy box one because I like that one. It does not have very many special characters. And then we will go back to the application and we'll try to get the web shell to run some commands like this. Okay, it's stuck. So that means that we have reverse shell access. Here we go. Who am I? We're www.data. Okay, so let me know. Okay. Let me get my voice changer ready. We'll do Okay, we've got ads coming up. We'll do the Oh, we got spam. Huh. All right. Gotta get rid of that. Okay, so after the ads are over, we'll do our I'm in speech, and then we will proceed with the privilege escalation. Okay, ads are running right now. So let's see which birds should we do? How about these birds? Thank you very much, Tommy, or Nighthawk. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's, I'm going to take a little drink, just a second. Ads going on for another 40 seconds or so, but you can enjoy the sparrows acting like jerks, especially this sparrow that's inside the bowl right now. Bully sparrows, that's right, they're bully sparrows. So all the sparrows are trying to get into the bowl here, but the one sparrow doesn't want to let anybody near the food because he is a jerk. Okay, so let's put the sparrows away. Okay, so let me know if you can hear the voice changer. So this is the scary hacker voice guy voice. Do you hear a difference in the voice, or does it sound the same? Does this sound the same as my normal voice? Or does it sound super deep? It sounds the same. Okay. So it looks like my voice changer. So yeah, same voice. So the problem is we did a Windows update a couple of days ago, and then it looks like a bunch of my software got broken. So never update your Windows. That's the that's what we're supposed to understand. Anyways, I'm gonna try doing the scary hacker voice just on my own. Here you go. Scary hacker voice guy, come out.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Scary Hacker Voice Guy comes out whenever we break into a server. And now, it's time for me to shine. Well, web developers, you decided it would be okay to use an insecure version of your CMS? Huh. Big mistake. Well, we managed to find some exploit scripts to take advantage of your faulty software. Maybe you knew about these security problems, or maybe you decided that it would be okay to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so F Society guy is talking right now. Yup. Alex, thank you very much. I knew it was his real voice all along. We're in. Yup, we're in. So the first thing we need to do, I'm not going to spend more than about 30 minutes trying to privilege escalate this box, but hopefully we can root the box quickly. So the first thing we need to do is try to figure out which version of Python is on here, because we need to use Python to partially upgrade our netcat shell. Netcat shells are notoriously not functional, so we're just going to use Python to partially upgrade our shell. Okay, so we've partially upgraded the shell. We're going to fully upgrade it with the following command. We're going to background the shell. We're going to get some configuration information with stty_a. Then we're going to do stty raw minus echo, foreground the shell, then export shell equals bash, export term equals xterm 256 color, and we're going to do stty rows 27 columns 111. We're going to reset. And okay, so now we have a fully functional shell. So we can do tab autocomplete, we can do command history, we can move inside the commands like this, and we can also do terminal text editors. Awesome. Okay, so we've got a fully upgraded shell. We're in. We need to figure out if we have any sudo permissions on the box. We don't know the password for www-data. Okay, but we can remember the weird cryptic message that we got over on this port. So it was netcat this www-data. I offer you a dilemma. If you agree to destroy all your stupid work, then you can have a reward in my house, says Paul. So what do they mean by destroy all your stupid work? So does that mean destroy the reverse shell listener file? And this is signed Paul. Where are we? Okay. So we were in the uploads directory. Maybe we can get rid of remove shell.html and remove test.txt and index.html. I don't think we need to remove this. So who are the users on the system? I'm expecting Paul to be on the system. So Paul and Nico are in the system. So we need to figure out who these users are. So we're just going to move into the home directory. we can read their directories. So dot secret dot txt, great. That's lovely. Okay. We can't read this though. We can't read either of these files. So let's figure out what processes are running on the system. Paul is running netcat. I'm running busybox. Okay. You know what? Because I don't have very much time, I'm just gonna run linps, and then I'm gonna try to figure out if the privilege escalation script can get me there. So let's download linps first. So if anybody doesn't know, linps is basically a script we can run after we get access to a Linux system to figure out what security vulnerabilities it has. So we're just going to download the script first. So the script is over here. I'm going to copy that link. And I'm pretty sure I can just download it from the box. I'm going to move into the temp directory. And we're going to download that file with the wget command. Okay. So then we need to give the file execute permissions, and then we're going to run the file. Okay. So the thing about hold on, I need to play the music. Deathwish says, if you remove the index file, maybe the web server will give you something else. Alex says, how did you get RWX privilege in the first place? So we don't have read, write, execute privileges. Well, not for the home directory. We're currently in the temporary directory, and in the temporary directory we can read, write, and execute whatever we want, because the temporary directory is not very secure. Okay, so the thing about these privilege escalation scripts is that we need to learn how to read them. So first of all, if something is in red and yellow, this is probably a privilege escalation vector. If something's in red, we should pay attention to it, and everything else we don't need to pay too much attention to. Okay, so the pseudo version is not very secure, so we might be able to use sudo as a privilege escalation vector. Let me put this in my notes. Hold on. Okay, so this version of sudo might be exploitable. What else do we have? Let's see. So sudo baron samdit. So this might be a privilege escalation vector because there's an old version of sudo on the system. I'm just gonna put this here. There's also a version 2, funnily enough. Okay. Or this is the same CVE. Okay, so what else do we have? Deathwish says, if you remove the index file, maybe the web server will give you something else. Yeah, you know what? I might try that out. I just want to take a look at the at this linp's output first. So sudo pw feedback. Less probable, less probable, less probable. Highly probable. ptrace trace me. Okay, I need to pay attention to this. Okay, what else do we have? Apache 2 process found. That doesn't help us very much. We don't see any cron jobs. I'm running the Apache 2 service. Networking information. There's SQL. SQL is running on the local host. So if nothing else, we could try checking out the SQL database. Actually, we know what's on the SQL database. We dumped it already. ptrace protection is disabled, so sudo... Okay. So this points us more towards that ptrace kernel exploit. So let's see. Nothing super interesting in the users and groups. Compilers, PHP extensions. MariaDB files. Oh, you know what? There might be credentials inside the configuration files for the CMS. So I need to take a look at those. Chetsubo says, isn't your terminal supposed to be black with green letters? Well, if it was only black with green letters, it would be much less useful. But thank you very much for pointing that out. Chetsubo, thank you. Okay, so what else do we have? Uncommon password files. Don't know if those are actually super important. Private SSH keys found. Every time it talks about private SSH keys found, it usually isn't, but let me copy this for my notes. Okay. Green screens don't lie. Never. Never ever. SSH deconfig. Okay. Files with interesting permissions. So this is SUIDs. Sudo. Check if the sudo version is vulnerable. So this is something we need to check. Umount, password. These are usually SUID. Aren't these usually SUID binaries? Or are these settings unusual? So we should probably check out the sudo one. It was talking about how the sudo version was not up to date. Okay, capabilities. These are not super insecure capabilities. Ping is usually has this capability. Okay. Unexpected. Huh. There's a Nico directory in the top level directory. That's gotta be weird. That's weird. Backup stuff. What? What? Ultra secure password? What the hell? The database password. Okay, let's we need to take a look at this config.php. Because that might be one of the two users' passwords. Config.php. Let's take a look at this one too. Okay. Okay, so there's a Nico directory in here. Version 9, okay. Nico, it's a directory, it's owned by Nico. Let's take a look at that config file. Okay, so CMS user, ultra secure password. So this might be either Nico's password or Paul's password. I'm gonna try both of those users. So switch user to Nico, password. Maybe it's not Nico's password. How about Paul? Okay, so this password was not. Well, we know this is a password for what user was it? What is the username? CMS user. So maybe we can CMS underscore user. So let's try. CMS underscore user. That's MySQL, right? Right. Enter the password. Okay. So show databases, information schema, and CMS DB. So we already dumped this. Use CMS DB. Database changed. Show tables. So I don't feel like looking through all this stuff, but I will look at the users table. So select star from CMS underscore users. We've only got one user. Admin access, right. So, yeah, I don't know if there's anything super useful inside this, inside the database. So, just quit out. Let's take a look at the config.php file. That's your admin hash. Yup, that's the one that took about 30 minutes to get. That was a lot of fun. Okay, let's take a look at this file. So CMS made simple. Okay. We don't have any. It looks like we don't have any credentials in here. Okay, well, let's get out of here. Somebody said, oh right, the password, right? Okay, so we could try switching to Nico with bullcrap, right? Oh, we can try Paul. No password reuse there, unfortunately. So var www HTML. Actually, what about www here? There's HTML. What's here? So it said delete all of your stupid work, right? Delete all your stupid work. Are we talking about the uploads directory? Are we talking about everything? What are these two directories? It's just a bunch of PNGs and GIFs. Okay. So this is... Okay, so C uploads directory has this. What is NC Clean Blue? Thank you very much for following Awake DNA on Twitch, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have a why don't you have a Nan cat? There you go. Meow 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 Nan cat. What? I misspelled it. Hold on. You have to Nyan cat. There we go. And welcome to the HackerFrogs, Awake DNA. Okay, so I'm not running out of things to take a look at. I actually have a lot of things I could take a look at here. Let's see. How about the admin directory here? Okay, so CMS made simple 222. Let's check what the version of sudo is. So sudo tac version. So it's sudo version 1.8.27. We should probably... What is the exploit? Thank you very much for following Alpha Fishstick, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so JetGPT, and thank you very much for following Prophecy. Thank you very much, Alpha Fishstick and Prophecy. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. We're here and we're learning how to hack. Okay, so I'm looking for a sudo exploit. So sudo, I think it's called Baron. What is the version called? Sudo, and the version of sudo is 1.8. 1.8. Okay, so it says heap buffer based overflow in sudo. Maybe I should look for... Okay, so it's exploit db sudo 1.80 to 1.9 privilege escalation. So this is version n.827. I wonder if this is intended or not, because if this is not intended, then it's kind of a crappy thing to do to take advantage of this exploit. This was discovered in 2023. We should probably check. Prophecy says, do you have a schedule for streaming? Yes, I do. So you can find the schedule on our Reddit page. So reddit.com, our HackerFrogs. And so if you take a look over there, then we've got our weekly streaming schedule. So we're going to be streaming on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday this week. And what were we looking at? We're looking at the exploit. Okay, so git repository. Running this exploit in a vulnerable system allows the local attacker to gain a root shell on the machine. The exploit checks if the current user has privileges to run sudo edit or sudo e on a file as root, and if so, it will open the sudoers file for an attacker to add a line to gain privileges on all the files and get a root shell. The problem is that I am not able to... It checks if the current user has privileges to run sudo edit or sudo e on a file as root. If so, I don't think I can run. I don't have these permissions. Okay. but I could try. So let's this is a bash script, right? Okay, let's copy this bash script. The worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't work. That's the worst thing that can happen. Zerx says, "Hello, how are you doing?" Hello, Zerx. Nice to see you here. And have a hack the planet. Right now, our sound alerts aren't working very well, but you can still see the hack the planet message. Okay, so let's write our exploit. Let's see. So cd, we're going to go into the temporary directory, and we're going to call this sudo ex.sh. And paste in our exploit. We're going to shebang bin bash. Okay. And then we're going to give permissions to this exploit script and run the exploit script. Okay. So we can't run this. Actually, wait, what? Maybe one of the maybe www.data's password is something like bullcrap. Nope, it's not bullcrap. How about, what was it, ultra secure password? Hold on. One incorrect password attempt. Okay, so what were those credentials? So config.php, let me read that again. Ultra secure password. Is this the password for the temp user, for the www.data user? Nope, it is not. Dang it. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't work. Let me look up this. Okay, we've got ads running right now. During the ads, we're gonna look at some birds, and this is my favorite. This is my favorite bird video, and I hope you enjoy it too. It's a couple of birds having a bath. I'm gonna have a little drink of water. Just a second. In the meantime, I'm just gonna do a little bit of research on this exploit that I'm supposed to be looking at. Got about 30 seconds of ads more to look at. Let's see if I can get a GitHub. Okay, let's put the birds away. Okay, let's all right, so I found this exploit over here. Let's see if we can use this. So this is the Linux local root exploit over here. So in the Linux kernel before 5117, ptrace link in kernel ptrace.c mishandles a recording of credentials in a process, which allows local users to obtain root access by leveraging certain scenarios with the parent. What is this? Oh, child relationship. Okay. All right. So SE Linux deny ptrace might be a usable workaround in some environments. Okay. So what do we need to do to run this exploit? Is there... So this is a C file. So we need to compile this C code on the target, and then okay, let's try this. So I'm just gonna copy. Whoops. We're gonna copy the raw file, and then we're just gonna call this ptrace.c maybe. Okay, so ptrace.c. Paste in our exploit code, save it out. So what is the... Wow, this is a lot of code. Okay, well, let's get the head. Ptrace, pipe that into head. Okay, so ptrace. Okay, so we need to figure out what command we need to do to do we need to do any special command to compile this program? Maybe not. Okay. Let's just try GCC. What does it usually look like? ptrace.c out ptrace. Is this all we need to do? There's no GCC. Okay, so what compiler is on this? What are some compiler programs that are common to Linux? GCC, okay. Or G++. Can I do G++ even if it's not a C++ program? I don't think I can. I don't know. There's no GCC. G++ does not exist. Which GCC? Maybe I need to compile it on my computer and then upload it to the target. Which Clang, right? Okay. Maybe Clang. There's no Clang. Clang. Let's see. ICC. I don't think there's going to be IC. There's no ICC. G4tran. Ming. This is for Windows environments. That doesn't work. PCC. Bash for shell scripting. Okay. So I can try compiling this locally. There's no guarantee it's going to work, but I guess I could. I mean, you know, the worst thing that can happen is that it just doesn't work. So let's just compile it locally. Well, compile it on our Kali Linux machine. ptrace. So GCC ptrace.c out ptrace. Okay, so we've got a an executable here. How big is it? Well, it doesn't matter how big it is. We can use Python to move it on over. Okay, so we're going to wget to to our attacker machine. We just run ptrace, chmod plus x, ptrace, run ptrace. So let's see, version this not found. Can we move these onto the target? Or is that not feasible? So, let's see. This is another... They said that there might be SSH keys in here. I don't think there are SSH keys in here. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so another thing that we could try is we could try reading... We could try just arbitrarily reading SSH keys. I don't think it's going to work, but let's see. So home Nico .sh.idrsa. So that doesn't exist. Does it exist in Paul's directory? Paul. Nope, doesn't exist in Paul's directory. Does it exist in the root directory? Can we just randomly read this? Permission denied. Okay. Oh, we can move into both of their directories, huh? So home Paul. .local. So bash history, there's no bash history. Selected editor. Not too sure what that's a reference to. Actually, we can't read. We can read it. Selected editor. Okay, bin nano. Great. What about Nico? Profile.secret.local. What's in the .local directory? We can't access it. Wait, we can access Nico's .local directory, but not Paul's. I don't think there's going to be... Okay, there's nothing we can see in here. Okay, so... There's also the cryptic note. Connection refused? Wait. I was able to access this before. That's weird. How about... This says connection refused now. But it's running. TCP established. Wait, what is going on? Is it trying to... What is going on? Is this a bind shell? Let me try... Let me try scanning it with Nmap. So this doesn't exist. What? The other port closed. Did it close? Okay. Maybe the ptrace is a reverse shell. I mean, if the ptrace is a reverse shell, it would have it wouldn't have it would have said that. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have said that it worked. Anyways, so we can run busybox, right? Yeah, we can run busybox. Busybox, netstat. So TULP N. Okay. So, let's see. There's a UDP port running on the system. There's port 22. There's port 3306. And there's this UDP port that is running on port 68. Is there something associated with port 68? So UDP port 68. Oh, this is DHCP. This is very normal. So DHCP, because it needs to get dynamic IP address. So that's what's working on port 68. Okay. Port 80. AK says, "Hello, brother. Hope all is well." AK, are you the AK from Vancouver? Let me know if you are. If you're a Vancouver person, let me know. Okay, so temp directory, uploads directory from MI. Is MI Michigan? First time here, pretty cool. I subscribe. Thank you very much, Jonathan Smith, and thank you very much, AK, for showing up in YouTube chat. Have a very fun. Let's see, hack the planet. Here you go. Michigan. Does Michigan mean Detroit, or does Michigan mean some other city that's not Detroit? Because the only city I know inside of Michigan is Detroit. My U.S. geography is very bad. Okay, so... Man, I'm running out of things to look for. Okay, so let's take a look at these SUID binaries. So find, so permissions, firms, 1,000. Okay, what BRAP? I've never heard of this. This is weird. Let's see, Detroit, haha. Okay, yeah, I guessed correctly, okay. Jonathan asks, sorry to ask, is this a task on Hack the Box? So this is not Hack the Box, this is another platform, and the platform is called hackmyvm.eu. I'll give you a little tour in just a second. So are any of these SUID binaries unusual? Okay. So this is the website right here. We're currently doing this box. CyberApple, hello, nice to see you here. Not too many viewers from Kick. Welcome, CyberApple. Nice to see you again. Long time no see, yeah. So this is a site kind of like Hack the Box, but you have to download the VMs in order to hack against them. And yeah, it's a pretty good website. I've been enjoying the challenges over here. Let's take a look at what ChatGPT has to say. So the list has several binaries that are commonly found. So not unusual, not unusual, not unusual. Standard. Standard. Okay. SU what? Is SU unusual for set UID binaries? I don't think so. Let's take a look at GTFO bins. Yeah, this isn't unusual. So what was this BRAP thing? BRAP. What the heck is BRAP? Jonathan Smith says, new to pen testing, I'm at a boot camp at the University of Miami. Huh. Interesting. AK says, love the content, been watching a few of the videos you showed me a few weeks ago, figuring out if I want to transition from blue team as a cybersecurity specialist to a penetration tester. It's been intriguing lately. Nice to hear you are enjoying the content, but moving over from what is GPassword and BRAP? But yeah, good to hear. Good to hear that you're having fun. Well, switching over means that you know what? Going from blue team to red team is actually a pretty interesting proposition because you have perspective of what defenders are looking for. You can be a more effective attacker if that makes any sense to you. So BRAP. So BRAP is a bubble wrap sandboxing tool which is used to isolate processes in a container-like environment. Typically used for creating secure environments, but like other set UID binaries, it should be carefully managed to avoid misuse. Used to administer etc group and etc G shadow. This is unnecessarily set UID binaries for group management. Okay. So I should probably take a look at this BRAP binary here to make sure. Let's see, CyberApple says, I can't see you in Brave browser. Let's see, Some Flavor says, hey, that's not DeepSeek AI. DeepSeek AI. This is ChatGPT. It's not it's not DeepSeek. But welcome to the stream, Some Flavor. Nice to see you here. So what is this bubble wrap binary? Let me see what's going on in this thing. So container setup utility, you're unlikely to use it directly from the command line, although it is possible. So it creates a new mount namespace for the sandbox. Creates a new PID namespace. Create a custom user ID in the sandbox. I wonder if anybody's written about how to exploit this for privilege escalation yet. Let's see. I'm just joking. DeepSeek is an alternative I like to use instead of ChatGPT, and it's free. DeepSeek AI. You know what? If I'll check it out. I'll check it out later. Ask chat. Lol. Now I can't follow you in Kick YYY. You can't see me in the Brave browser. I don't know too much about that. AK says, so far I've been learning a lot what I can. I'm just burnt out maybe from my current company, from looking at alerts and incidents and doing compliance work. Well, some people say that blue team work can get kind of let's see, privilege escalation. Blue team work can get a bit grindy, I guess. So privilege escalation. BRAP privilege escalation. So privilege escalation in bubble wrap. The vulnerability allows a remote attacker to escalate privileges on the system. Let's check it out. Okay, so vulnerable software is bubble wrap, so we have access to this. Vulnerability allows a remote attacker to escalate privileges on the system. If the affected software is installed in the set UID mode. So bubble wrap 4.0. So I need to figure out if grind is once it's repetitive. Yes, repetitive. That's what I'm looking for. So CyberApple, are you using the are you using a web browser or are you using the Kik application? Because you're using Kik, right? BWrap. What version of the software are we using? We're using version 3.031. The vulnerable software version is BubbleWrap 0.40. So this might be... Let's look at this CVE and let's search for it. Okay, security overview containers bubble wrap. I think this might be it. But unfortunately, I don't see... I don't see the exploit. Let's see. Jonathan Smith, maybe it's even more vulnerable since the previous version. I'm watching on Brave browser here. Okay. I can see you on the app, but I can't follow you. Well, I mean, if you really want, you could try watching from YouTube or Twitch, and that way you could participate with everybody else in chat. But I understand if that's not something you want to do. So let's search exploit BWrap. No, nothing here. Okay. Bubble wrap. Privilege escalation. Bubble wrap. Up to 4.0 permission incorrect privilege APIs. No new privileges flag. Privilege escalation. Bubble wrap. Can't, I need to hear a Hack the Planet. You know what? The audio on my alerts is bugged right now, but I can give you a Hack the Planet. It's just not going to be very loud. I'll be looking into that. Yeah, you've been craving the audio as well. Okay, so there's an advisory and a commit, but If set up in setUID mode in the kernel, then the BWrap user name 2 option can be used to make the setUID process keep running as root while being traceable. Okay, let's... I gotta go early though. Thanks for streaming and have a great night. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be getting off pretty soon as well, because it is way past my dinner time. But I wanna just investigate whether or not this is vulnerable. Cybernerd Dante, have a hack the planet for the road. And it didn't go off. It didn't go... There you go. Jonathan Smith. Jonathan Smith asks, last question, how long have you been pen testing? So I did pen testing for a little while. A couple of years ago, I did about half a year doing web app pen testing. As far as how long I've been doing cybersecurity stuff, I've been doing cybersecurity stuff since 2020. But I certainly was not a very good cybersecurity person back in 2020. But thank you very much for asking. Okay, so what commands could be used with brap to gain privilege escalation according to this article? Let's see. Sunflavor says the audio doesn't come through, but the memory is still there. Thank you. The system must have brap installed as a setuid binary. Okay. Unprivileged user namespaces must be enabled in the kernel. The attacker must have access to execute brap. So we would run this command, I guess. The option allows the creation of new user namespaces where the setuid binary can maintain its root privileges. Okay. Binds to the root directory, effectively allowing the attacker to see system files and resources. Starts a new bash shell. Okay. So we use this command. Is that it? Is that what we need to do? Let's try it. It doesn't have this option. brap. User ns2. What is the user ns2? Okay, we got ads coming up on Twitch right now, so as usual, we're not going to do anything while that's happening, and instead we're going to watch a little bird video. And why don't you have one of these? This is my favorite woodpecker. It's having some peanuts. Enjoy. Okay, we've got ads going on for another 20 seconds or so. Then we'll be back. We will be back. Split the woodpecker away. Hope you enjoyed. CyberApple says, have an amazing day. Thank you very much, CyberApple. Nice to see you again. Let's see. I'm gonna try a little bit more with this, and then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna call it, because I am super hungry right now. So let's see. Let's take a look at the manual for brap. So we're trying to look for the user ns option. User FD block. Okay, so yeah, I can't use I can't use this option here. Using this doesn't necessarily help us out. Okay, okay. So everybody, I think we might have to call it. We're gonna look for some awesome InfoSec streamers to raid. There's Pwn College on. Pwn College, listen, if you want to learn about cybersecurity stuff, Pwn College is a really great place to go and learn about stuff like binary exploitation especially. So you can find them at pwn.college. And the only reason why I don't do a bunch of these pwn.college exercises on stream is because they don't allow anybody to stream their content. But pwn.college is great, and they are streaming right now, so we can go ahead and take a look at what they're doing. So let's go ahead and go over there. Pwn College. Let's take a look. Okay, so what are they doing? Let's see. So ASCII. They're looking at ASCII art. Okay. All right. Everybody, so the people at Pwn College, they're basically associated with the University of Arizona Phoenix, I'm pretty sure. And AK asks, have you taken the OSCP? I've taken the OSCP exam before, but I didn't pass the OSCP exam. But it's a tough exam, and hopefully one of these days I'll be good enough to be able to pass it. But everybody, when you arrive at the Pwn College channel, if you could do me a favor and send this message. So, frog, and then hip, hop, hack, and then frog, just like this. Send this message when we raid the channel, and I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Jonathan Smith asks, what certifications do I have? I have the EJPT certification, and aside from that, it's just a lot of studying and a lot of documentation. So, yeah, it's a tough exam. But we're going to go and raid into the Pwn College channel. If you're on YouTube, I think you can also check out the Pwn College channel over here. Let me grab the link. There you go. For everybody who's into at YouTube, you can go ahead and join this channel. But for everybody at Twitch, we're going to do one last Hack the Planet, and then we're going to raid into the Pwn College. Okay, so everybody, if you could send the raid message frog, hip hop hack frog, when you arrive on the Pwn College channel, I would really appreciate it. And we're going to be streaming again on Wednesday, so please look forward to that. On Wednesday, we'll be doing more hacking fun and more tutorials. Anyways, have a great rest of the week, and we will see you on Wednesday. But thank you to all of our viewers today, AK, and who else is in here? Some Flavor, Cyber Apple, and Jonathan Smith, Cyber Nerd Dante, and Death Wish, and let's see, who else? And everybody else who's here. Anyways, we'll see you on Wednesday, and have fun over at the Pwn College.